consider four separate measures: S1582, HR 1919, HR 3633, and HR 4016. S1582, the Bipartisan Genius Act, establishes a pro-growth regulatory framework for payment stablecoins. This legislation is historic, and it will help propel responsible innovation within America and lead us to securing an even stronger foothold within the global financial system. The aims of this legislation are simple: to increase regulatory clarity, reinforce consumer protection, and ensure that the security of our financial system remains sound and not encumbered. S1582 also affirms the dominance of the U.S. dollar, something we can all agree is incredibly pertinent. HR 1919, the Anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act, would amend the Federal Reserve Act to prohibit the Federal Reserve banks from offering certain products or services directly to an individual and to prohibit the use of central bank digital currency for monetary policy. In short, HR 1919 expresses the sense of Congress that the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve currently does not have the authority to issue a central bank digital currency and will not have such authority unless Congress grants it under Congress's Article 1, Section 8 powers. The federal government has absolutely no business whatsoever in creating mechanisms that allow for financial surveillance. Doing so would lead to flagrant abuses of consumer privacy. That's an unacceptable outcome that simply cannot be allowed to happen. This legislation would prevent the federal government from exercising unilateral authority in using the financial system as a cudgel against American consumers. It's critical that Congress passes this legislation so that the financial privacy of American consumers remains protected and free from undue influence. HR 3633, the Digital Asset Market Clarity Act of 2025, establishes a set of functional, concise requirements for participants of the digital asset market while also spurring innovation and putting consumer protection first. This is another strong piece of legislation that will help cement America's leadership and standing within the global financial system. To dispense with the regulatory ambiguity and regulation by enforcement that has ultimately stifled innovation, HR 3633 works to establish a clear framework for digital asset markets while closing regulatory gaps. It is true that digital assets and other related forms of blockchain technology can help unlock a new era of innovation, but that can only happen when there's a clear roadmap for everyone: entrepreneurs, developers, consumers. This legislation offers common sense solutions that will help encourage innovation and lead to even further opportunities within the global financial system for America. HR 4016, the Department of Defense Appropriations Act of 2026, provides for appropriations for the DoD for the fiscal year ending on September 30, 2026. The bill provides a total discretionary allocation of $831.5 billion, the same as the fiscal year 2025 enacted level, and adheres to the discretionary budget top line put forward in the President's FY26 budget request. It provides $189 billion for active reserve and National Guard military personnel, which is $6.6 billion above the fiscal year 2025 enacted level. In addition to the continuation of historic pay increases in FY 2025 for junior enlisted service members, this legislation includes a 3.8% increase in basic pay for all military personnel effective January 1, 2026. It makes key investments in research and development, procurement, operation, and maintenance, and other critical areas throughout the Department of Defense. Funding is also allocated for the Golden Dome for America, for strengthening the industrial base, and for other strategic priorities of the DoD. Congress's most important duty is to provide for the common defense and general welfare of the nation. It is abundantly clear that this legislation must be passed so that we can continue to uphold that duty. As always, I certainly welcome our Democrat colleagues to join us in voting in favor of these four separate measures. With that, I yield to the ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any comments he wishes to make.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and let's just be honest about what's going on here. Fresh off ramming through their big, ugly tax scam, a shameless handout to billionaires, Republicans have decided that it wasn't enough. Huge tax giveaways to the rich and powerful weren't good enough. Now they want to give even more to those who already have the most. They're calling three bills they are putting forward this week as crypto reform. But let's be real. This is a rigged game. It's the GOP's crypto giveaway, written for those at the top. These bills set in stone weak and ineffective crypto regulations with loopholes so big that you could drive a Mack truck through them. Loopholes for the rich, which seems to be the favorite pastime of my friends on the other side. I have not had one person in my district come up to me and say, please, please, Jim, make it easier for crypto millionaires to get richer. Please make it easier to con people. Yet that is exactly what is going on here. Democrats tried to include protections for consumers, bans on fraud, even rules to stop elected officials from profiting off the laws they write. These common sense amendments were rejected by Republicans. Why? Follow the money. This isn't about innovation, it's about corruption. Get this, Trump and his family are making boatloads of money on their crypto schemes, and these bills even carve out special treatment for Trump's personal crypto ventures. Literally, that is like the definition of corruption. Now, I remember a time when presidents actually divested from personal business interests to avoid even the appearance of corruption. That used to be the standard around here. Now, we've got an administration openly using their power to pad their own bank accounts, cutting deals, cozying up to crypto backers, and inviting pay-to-play schemes and foreign influence operations to come in right through the front door. They aren't even trying to hide it. Again, this is corruption, plain and simple. Now, also on our agenda is the defense appropriations. And I want to say this until I'm blue in the face. We should not be writing massive blank checks to the Pentagon when they can't even pass a simple audit. This bill will continue shoveling millions and millions of dollars to defense contractors who charge exorbitant prices after Republicans just snuck an additional $150 billion for defense spending into the big ugly bill. This is the fleecing of America's taxpayers, and it's also defense contractors can continue to make an extra buck. If Republicans were serious about waste, this is where they would start, but they won't, because they're not serious about legislating at all. Now, let's not forget, the last time we were here, Republicans jammed through their one big ugly bill, $1 trillion smash and grab that punishes working people and rewards the richest of the rich. That bill is now law, thanks to Republicans in Congress and to Donald Trump, a law that will kick 17 million Americans off their health care, shutter hospitals and assisted living facilities, take food out of the mouths of the hungry, raise energy costs for families while big oil cashes in, give the biggest tax cuts to the rich while hardworking people get scraps, and oh, by the way, adds nearly $4 trillion to the debt. Why cut health care and food assistance from hardworking Americans when you're still going to add $4 trillion to the debt? Who is this helping besides the very rich in this country? I mean, you've got to admire the gall. Rob the poor, reward the rich, explode the debt, and then come in here with a straight face talking about responsibility and reforms. It's outrageous and it is cruel, and it's going to catch up with you. So here's the truth. Republicans have the majority, and they used it to pass the most extreme, reckless, corrupt agenda in modern history. But the American people are watching. They're going to feel the pain brought to them by this Republican government when grocery bills go up, when the hospital down the street shuts its doors, when grandma loses her Medicaid. And they're going to remember it in November 2026. Democrats aren't going to stop fighting. We believe in a government that works for the people, not just for hedge fund managers and crypto bros and Mar-a-Lago donors. So no, we're not going to let Republicans change the subject. We're going to keep calling out the corruption and chaos, and we're going to keep standing up for the people who sent us here because they deserve better than this mess. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGovern. Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. I now welcome our first panel, Representative Calvert and Representative McCallum from the Committee on Appropriations. McCallum, I should say it right. Your full statement will be submitted for the record, and we ask that you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Representative Calvert, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern, and it's good to be here with my friend and Ranking Member Patty McCallum. It's a pleasure to appear before this committee today in support of H.R. 4016, the fiscal year 26 Department of Defense Appropriation Act. I know our time is relatively short, so I'll try to be brief. H.R. 4016 provides $831.5 billion for the Department of Defense and Intelligence community. While this is a flat bill relative to discretionary funds enacted in fiscal year 25, coupled with our recently enacted Reconciliation Act, it provides nearly $1 trillion to modernize and sustain our armed forces. Today's threat environment continues to grow more complex. Russia remains an aggressive actor. China's values continue to clash with our own, and they advance their military capability. Now more than ever, the United States requires strategic investments to defend and protect the American people. Preventing harmful actors' aggression amplifies the need to develop and field capabilities that provide America the military advantage we need. First, this bill champions America's military superiority in a variety of ways. It enhances investments in fifth and sixth generation aircraft, such as the F-35, F-47, and the F/A-XX. This bill prioritizes modernization of the nuclear triad through investments in the B-21 Raider, the Columbia-class submarine, and Sentinel. This bill also provides $13 billion for missile defense and space programs in support of the Golden Dome effort. Innovation and our defense industrial base workforce remain cornerstones providing America's competitive edge. The bill builds off successful prior initiatives through a combined funding of $1.3 billion spread across the DIU, the Office of Strategic Capital, and APFIT. Furthermore, $1.5 billion is provided to support the maritime industrial base by investing in critical supply chain and workforce training. Drug trafficking, including fentanyl, remains a very serious crisis across the United States and poses a national security threat. This bill protects the homeland with this in mind. It combats international actors who facilitate drug trafficking and manufacturing by investing $1.15 billion in counter-drug programs, including increasing funding for the National Guard efforts. Following the administration's lead, this bill leans forward on shaping a more efficient and effective Department of Defense by reducing $6.5 billion and almost 45,000 civilian full-time equivalents to capture workforce acceleration, recapitalization initiative efforts. Critically, this bill also requires detailed reporting on the Department's allocations and reconciliation to ensure funding is spent how Congress intended it. This bill continues to care for our troops and their families by including a 3.8% basic pay raise for all military personnel. It also continues historic pay raises enacted in fiscal year 25 for junior enlisted service members. These investments are neither duplicative or superseded by the important provisions enacted in the reconciliation package, but rather complementary by design through close coordination among committees through the last several months. However, this bill was drafted under unprecedented circumstances, without the benefit of timely and complete justification materials that typically accompany the President's budget request. But nevertheless, the bill is reflective of key department requirements and problematic priorities, while still maintaining a fiscally responsive stance. This passage of this bill is the next step to provide critical funding for the Department of Defense for the year 26. We cannot slow down. Dynamic global threats require us to continue to press on, which is why we seek support today. With that, I thank you, and I look forward to the committee's questions. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady, Ms. McCollum, for her 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. I want to thank Chairman Calvert for his leadership on this subcommittee, and I'll tell you why. He was put in a very difficult position of having to write the defense appropriation bill without the full budget request, as he just pointed out. This is an unprecedented situation, and it is not the chairman's fault. The responsibility lies with the Trump administration. They have damaged the appropriations process by failing to get us a budget request on time. Fiscal year 2026 Defense Appropriation Bill Act totals $831.5 billion. It is the same level that DOD is currently operating at under a full-year continuing resolution. As I said, the bill was written without having the full fiscal year 2026 budget request in front of us. This is a huge problem. The Defense Budget Appropriations Act is our committee's largest discretionary funding bill. It is a complex piece of legislation dealing with a wide range of national security issues. DOD's programs require detailed annual review by appropriators because they evolve over time. The only way for us to analyze this information is to write a thorough and thoughtfully informed bill. We do that by reviewing the full budget request. Unfortunately, the Trump administration failed to submit the congressional budgetification books, called J-books, before we marked up this bill. And we still don't have all the books yet. These documents represent critical granular details that the subcommittee needs to properly evaluate DOD programs. They show us not only what the request is for the coming fiscal year, but also what is expected to be spent over the next 5 years. That detail, the next 5 years, is how we can see if programs are on target to complete the previous year's information, or if it is impossible for them to do so. Because we don't have audits, clean audits from the DOD, except for the Marines, these documents are the only way we can track the money. The submission of these documents is part of the normal budget process that every administration and Congress has operated under. So this year, because the Trump administration failed to submit a full budget request, what do we have to write this bill? Only top-line numbers, with none of the detailed program analysis to back them up. The fact is, the Trump administration gave us no information to make decisions on programs funded in this bill, and that's completely unacceptable. This bill is an incomplete product because we did not have the President's plan for the DOD's priorities when the bill was written. For example, Golden Dome at this point is merely a concept, not a plan. None of us have been briefed in detail on how the administration intends to spend $175 billion or deliver in 3 years, because the analysis of the DOD is incomplete. We don't know how the money for Golden Dome will impact future defense bills. Another example is the cost to deploy National Guard around the country. To do so is Homeland Security's job. But in June, we found out that the cost to deploy 4,000 California National Guardsmen and 700 Marines to Los Angeles was $134 million. But now, Secretary Hagseth is reviewing a request from the Department of Homeland Security to deploy more than 20,000 National Guard troops across the country. Setting aside the legal questions about utilizing military for immigration enforcement purposes, the deploying of troops of this magnitude has a serious budgetary impact. But Secretary Hagseth has still not given us a complete budget. So we do not know what thought went into it, the duration of these employments, how much they will cost, where the funding will be pulled from to pay for them. The President proposes, Congress disposes, and that's the way our system is supposed to work. There are consequences for following this process. We may end up buying too many of one platform, wasting precious tax dollars, or we may end up buying too little of another, leaving a gap in our defense capabilities. When we write this bill without seeing the full budget request, we fail to maximize the buying power for the taxpayers. So it's deeply unfortunate that the Trump administration, and OMB in particular, has put the committee in this position. I also have strong objections to many of the same poison pill writers that were in previous House versions of the defense bill. These partisan social writers should never become law. But they lead us down a road that may once again result in a full year CR. Our national security cannot afford to lose another year. Once again, the bill limits the ability of the service personnel and their families to receive reproductive health care they deserve. Women make almost 20% of the military services, and many women's service members live in states that have limited or banned altogether reproductive health care. So once again, there are provisions that disenfranchise lesbian, gay, and transgender service members. These poison pill writers will go not unnoticed by our troops. They will notice in them, and they will impact recruitment and detention. Regrettably, I cannot vote for the passage of the bill or recommend it to my colleagues to support it. We all know what needs to happen for this bill to become law. When Congress has received all the justification books, we need to work with our Senate colleagues and find the right balance of funding our national security priorities. Then the bipartisan writers need to come out so we can get to a bipartisan support. We've done this many times before, and we have the blueprint to get it done. Let's work together responsibly to fund the Department of Defense and not waste another year on a full year CR. And I look forward to working with the chairman not to have that happen. It's exactly what our adversaries want us to do, have another second year, full year CR. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the patience you gave me with my voice with the extra minute or two. I truly do appreciate that. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach, for her time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for being here. I appreciate it. And Mr. Calvert, I was just wondering if maybe you could maybe talk a little bit about, if you can't remember all of them, about what this really does for the lives of servicemen and women, and the good things that are in this bill that are positive in their daily lives.
We're focused. The military today is a lot different than it was 50 years ago. We have an all-volunteer force. So not only do the men and women join the military, but their entire families. And so we're focused on taking care of the families and providing for child care, education, obviously world-class health care for our military members across the globe. And certainly that's expensive. A significant part of the cost of the United States military is personnel, because we pay our people, and we pay them a decent wage and give them a fine career. So a significant amount of this bill is toward that.
And it just, you know, you mentioned the pay increase, and that's along with what we've done very recently in the past, and reducing the frequency of station moves. And not only does that save us money, but it also is better for the family, because you said not only the servicemen, but the family.
And it's actually a better outcome, too, because they understand their role in the places where they serve, and we move around a lot of our people too much.
And then I also have, there's money for housing and youth programs and things like that. And I know that I've been on various tours where the housing is not great, and we need to make sure that our servicemen and women have decent housing. And then, so I wanted to just mention some of those, because there's a lot going on with the bill, but plain and simple,
And I say
it's
this
important.
is, a bipartisan effort. We both
Yep.
agree that the quality of life for the men and women who serve in the military is extremely important. It helps with our retention. And I also like to add that our recruiting is doing very well. We've met all our recruiting goals for all the services in record time, so we're doing quite well.
And then thank you very much for that.
Thank
And
you.
but I do like to just kind of focus on some of those, because we are doing things to improve those lives, the lives of the servicemen and women. And I think that's important for us to make sure that we are talking about too. And just and a little bit of a side note, because I have the note here, but the National Guard equipment, the increase in funding there, and helping to do that too. So there's some very important things And I know sometimes we talk about, you know, that high level kind of stuff, but these are important things that are very critical to this bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for his time of question.
Again, I want to thank you both for coming to the Rules Committee. Look, yeah, we all can find some good things in this bill, but there are also some things that, quite frankly, I think are bad. And I want to associate myself with the ranking member's testimony. I mean, I think the process is lacking. It's not any fault of yours necessarily, but the way this is moving forward, and also there are specific things contained in this that I have strong objections to. And so I will join the ranking member in voting no on this bill, but I like you both too much, so I will spare you questions, and I will yield back.
I thank the gentleman.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I intend to vote yes on this bill. And Mr. Calvert, I want to just, the global situation right now, NATO has agreed to push towards 5%. Is that correct?
That's correct. Hopefully they meet that goal.
And Canada, who has not been one to spend much on national security, has agreed. They want to go to 5% as well. They made an individual, very public statement, which I was surprised to hear, candidly. I mean, they've kind of depended on the United States to cover their back
It's all good.
for a long time. So when we talk about Golden Dome, people tend to focus on the name maybe a little too much, I think, instead of what we actually have to do. I mean, the weapon systems today are significantly faster than the weapons that our current systems were built to defend us from. Is that correct?
Yes, and much more complex.
They're also smaller,
Yes.
but more powerful. And so what we have is a system that's designed right now to protect America. It's designed to protect us from World War II era weapons, basically. Maybe a little more advanced than World War II, but they're not designed to protect us from hypersonics and other things. Is that safe to say?
That's correct. And you have to look at the threat in various ways too, both the theater systems and strategic systems.
And, but hypersonics exist today. They've been used on the battlefield. Not often, but they have been used. In the threat picture today, and I'm just asking your opinion, would you agree that it's very different than it has been even as short as 5 years ago?
Absolutely, especially you mentioned the hypersonic missiles. The Chinese have probably developed about 1,200 operational hypersonic missiles. We have 0.
And in order to defend ourselves from a hypersonic, we have to pick up that launch a long way away. Hopefully, we're able to see things moving before the actual launch. But if we don't pick that weapon system up when it launches, how likely are we to be able to defend ourselves with the current systems that we have?
That's the reason why we're developing the Golden Dome, because the systems we have presently are not adequate to protect the homeland.
I just, we're not building things just for the sake of building them or spending money just for the sake of spending money in this legislation. I mean, the advancement that has occurred in weapons, in speed and power, it requires us to put in additional systems to protect the homeland from those. And I do want to give the Secretary of Defense credit for this, the removal of the bureaucracy with regard to drones and the development of drones. Can you speak to the issue of drones and the differences today with drones versus in their impact and what we're doing with regard to drones, both offensive and defensive with drones, since we've seen how the Ukrainians have been able to take a a drone worth a couple of $1,000s and destroy a Russian tank that cost millions?
Well, you mentioned Ukraine. That's the lavatory, in effect, that we're looking at. Ukrainians today are developing up to 200,000 drones per month. The Russians approximately the same. In the beginning of the war, unfortunately, started, the primary ordinance, and still a significant ordinance, was artillery, 155s and 152s. Today, it's drones, and drones are across the battlefield on both sides, and become more and more sophisticated as the war continues and changes with software development and other developments in munitions. It has changed warfare forever against what our old legacy systems that we have. And so we have to change that immediately. There's no time for us to waste, because drones have changed the battlefield, both large drones and small drones.
It's space, it's spectrum, it's drones, it's the speed of the new weapons, the size of them. They're harder to pick up when they're smaller. It is the ability to have a system in place that can calculate where that weapon is going to be at the speeds that it's traveling at. I mean, these are the reasons that there is the plus up in the military spending. It's not just to spend the money. And so I commend both of you for the work you've done on this. These things have to be done. We're not spending money because we want to spend it.
I make a point. You mentioned our allies. Germany has also made a commitment to go to 5% GDP. That is a very significant commitment on their part. The Europeans are seeing the threat in their own backyard. And so they're finally picking up a significant part of their own defense. And that's a good thing. And we see that also in Japan. We see that in Australia. We see that in New Zealand. Right. We see that with all of our allies who recognize that these threats are real and we need to counter it.
Russia, China, and Iran are not going away. I will tell you one thing that I do think that we all recognize going forward. When we look at Ukraine, we also have to look at how good of a job they've done with a very small amount of money. And we can't afford to pay more than the weapon system's worth. And so we have to hold our contractors accountable, and I hope that we get to using smaller, more competitive contracts as we go forward.
And we're doing that.
But I appreciate both of you, and the threat is real. Russia, China, and Iran are not going away, and they do want to do harm to America and Americans and our friends, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican or whatever party you're in. The threat is real. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady of Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, for her time for questioning.
Thank you. I have voted for the DOD appropriations bill in the past. I've voted for the NDAA in the past. But since taking the majority in the House, our Republican colleagues have loaded up these bills with inappropriate culture war riders that make a mockery of any effort to be able to have bipartisan bills. And I'm afraid that this bill is the same. The FY26 defense spending bill seems to have misplaced priorities. We owe it to our troops and our national security to meet in the middle and put forward common sense defense legislation. I'm afraid this bill doesn't cut it. Look, at a time when our Republican colleagues have slashed spending on basic human necessities like food and health care, they seem all too willing to ignore the potential for fraud, waste, and abuse in the Department of Defense. And that's despite the fact that every year we spend nearly $1 trillion on defense, and every year that amount goes up. But Congress never conducts meaningful oversight on that spending and the people who spend it at the Pentagon. And as the ranking member mentioned, the Pentagon has failed to pass 7 audits in a row, being unable to account fully for how it's spending nearly $1 trillion. So look, I want our service members to have every advantage against our enemies. But how can we continue to cut trillion-dollar checks and not ask where the money's going, or if we're getting good value for what we're spending? Even if Congress isn't willing to make that effort, I'm really concerned that this bill is going to cut funding for the Department of Defense Office of the Inspector General. Going to cut that funding by over $22 million. Who thinks that's a good idea? The Office of Inspector General is usually in the forefront of figuring out where the contractors are misspending money, where there has been fraud, waste, or abuse. So why are we turning our backs on that? With all the pressing global challenges that we face, I think we can do better. Ranking Member, I am very concerned about the continuing efforts in this bill to restrict the freedom of service members to obtain the full range of reproductive health care that they may need. We know that I think the figure that was given is that 20% of our service members are now women, and 40% of them are assigned to serve in states where they may not have access to abortion care if they should need it or desire it. Can you talk a little bit about that?
When someone offers to put their life on the line for the service of our country, as a woman, she doesn't have a choice on where she's going to be stationed. And I would even include the family of a service member. If a woman finds herself in a situation where her reproductive needs need to be addressed with abortion care, and she finds herself in a state that does not allow it, my state does, Minnesota would allow her to receive a full menu of health care, they find themselves having to find the time, to get the time, to make the time to leave their duty station to access reproductive health. And I think in many situations, sometimes, you know, it isn't planned to terminate a pregnancy. Sometimes a woman's received the worst information of her life, that things aren't going to go right, that her life might be in jeopardy, or future fertility might be in jeopardy. Making a difficult decision, but then to put more obstacles in that family member's way of receiving their health care, to me, just seems wrong. And I think if we're going to support the women of the military, we need to support them in being able to access their free reproductive choices that every woman in the United States of America has the right to do so. So we shouldn't be putting obstacles up in the way of women to receive the health care that they need.
And to be able to serve in our armed forces.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for his time of questioning.
Thank both of you for taking the time to come. Ms. McCollum, you mentioned, you know, the fact that there was no plan, no thought given to the amount that of funds for the defense, no platform, no wasting, you know, it was wasting precious tax dollars, and no justification. Is that pretty much what you said?
You're paraphrasing a lot of the things that I said together with explanations with them. So yes, I did say some of those statements, but being taken out of context, I don't agree with the context in which you put it in.
What context should I put them in?
Well, I can read from my
No, I mean, just
remarks. Without the I had nothing to do
Was
with
that for national security?
That was State Department and other things, so that wasn't in the defense bill.
So it was outside of the defense bill?
Yes, it was.
And was that meant to secure safety for Americans, given to Iran?
I believe that was the president's idea at the time.
Okay. Kent, what, you want to respond to that, Mr. Calvert?
Well, you know, obviously, I didn't agree with President Biden's policy at that time, and I don't think any of us did. And it made Iran stronger in a time when they were weak. And unfortunately, eventually it led to what's happened recently.
Didn't deter them making a nuclear weapon, did it?
They were moving toward a nuclear weapon for some time. And so hopefully that progress that they've made has been severely hampered, and that we put them in a situation where they will not develop a nuclear
So
weapon.
instead of frozen money, frozen assets, whatever you want to call it, that was the Biden administration's opinion, that helped the country, kept the country safer to a enemy in Iran versus what the President Trump did to obliterate that. On this, I understand the money does not provide funding for, they call it women's right to health care, but abortions, killing the child, there's no funding in there for that. Is that right?
That's correct.
No funding for diversity and inclusion programs, and no funding for the advancement of critical race theory.
That's correct.
Okay. Pay raise for the troops, border security, things that help our military, which, by the way, under the Biden administration, the enlistments were down 30 to 38%. They're up now, well over 38%. This covers all of that, doesn't it?
That's correct. We've met all our recruiting goals for the year so far.
Okay. Defense health programs for our military. I appreciate you working on this and bringing this forward, and I think the record speaks for itself. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, for his time of question. Oh, all right, he defers, and we'll recognize the gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
Thank you very much. And, you know, I think that the efforts that the committee, the Appropriations Committee, has been doing in defense to improve the working conditions of our military men and women is really important. And I've really appreciated in the now 5 years that I've served the fact that you have come in. I've only been on rules for 3 years, but you've all come in and you've talked about the importance of increasing salaries, of increasing the money that goes to make sure that our servicemen and women are treated with the respect and with the pay that they deserve. And that's been a bipartisan effort. Am I correct, Mr. Chairman?
That's correct.
And so I think that as I think about this bill and what we're looking at now, we also need to recognize that our service members live and work in a context, and their family members live and work in a context. And so I am very disturbed by the fact that we have voted, or Republicans voted on a party line basis with 2 voting no, for what we call the big ugly bill because of its impact to Medicaid. Chairman Calver, do you know how many of the families, military families, actually utilize Medicaid?
I'm sure there are a number of people in the military that have utilized Medicaid.
It's actually 850,000 military
However,
families.
anyone who has a job that works more than 20 hours a week, which would include our United States military, would be covered under Medicaid.
So the 850,000 military family members.
They will not be affected.
We will be affected.
No, they will not be.
Because there are many ways in which those Medicaid cuts hurt the ability of people to receive health care. One of the biggest issues that I am concerned about is the impact in rural hospitals. Because when you look at what's going to happen to rural hospitals, they're going to start closing across the country. In fact, we've already had one close in Nebraska in anticipation of these cuts. Now, in my district, I have a rural hospital that serves an Air Force base, Cannon Air Force Base. And that is one of maybe 8 of the rural hospitals in New Mexico, mostly in my district, that I have gone and met with. So, Chairman, when you say nothing's going to happen, I have met with the people at that hospital
who serve our military families, and I can tell you they are terrified because they know that the paperwork requirements are going to kick people off even if they're qualified. And they know that the fact that they get assistance from the states is going to be bad for them. And in fact, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record 2 articles. One of them is actually from the National Military Family Association, and it's called "The Big Beautiful Bill is Now Law. Here's what it means for military families." And the date is, it's not on here. I'll have to get you the date in a minute, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate that.
And then the other one is from Georgetown University, the McCourt School of Public Policy, Medicaid Important for Military Families and Future Readiness by Alexa Gardin, Stephen Doster, and Joan Alco.
And do you have the date on that one?
You know what? It's not on these 2 pieces
All
of
right.
paper, and I will remind myself to remember to always have that available. But and in here, Mr. Chairman, what struck me is this is from military families themselves reacting to the bill that you voted for. And they know that most military families, I'm going to quote, rely on TRICARE for their health needs. We are concerned about the impact of Medicaid cuts on special needs military families who often rely on Medicaid to obtain services. Now, I think that these are serious concerns, and to simply say it's not going to affect anybody ignores what hospital associations have talked about across this country. We were in this committee, and we heard from the Tennessee Hospital Association, the Texas Hospital Association, the Louisiana Hospital Association. We are putting this information in the record about how they were saying this was a bad idea. And we know in California, people are very concerned in California because there are so many rural hospitals that are now at risk.
As the gentlelady
Ranking
pointed
member-
out, the military is covered by TRICARE, and as far as I know, the Department of Defense is not, we don't, our jurisdiction doesn't cover Medicaid.
Well, see, but this is precisely the problem, is what I just entered into the record pointed out that, for example, the children who are covered by TRICARE,
Covered by TRICARE.
they're covered by TRICARE. Medicaid coverage provides children with special health care needs access to a wider range of services that are not covered by TRICARE. Are you aware of that, Mr. Chairman?
I'm only aware of what you told me. I do know that the military and their families are covered by TRICARE, and there's a hospital at Cannon Air Force Base.
The hospital does not cover all of the needs of the family.
I'll have to check with the Cannon Air Force Base.
And the other problem with what's at Cannon Air Force Base is that we have, and I would hope that you would be very sympathetic to that.
I've been to Cannon Air Force Base. I'm
If you
happy to
allow
go
me,
back.
Mr. Chairman, there are not enough specialists in the area. And so what we're having to do at Cannon is they bring in circuit riders where they'll bring in specialists to be able to serve those children and those family members so that we can actually have people show up at Cannon and serve. You would agree that would be a
Yes,
wise
and
thing.
and those specialists are being paid for by TRICARE.
Right. Those specialists being cared for private, but the issue is they're not available in the community. Because they're not available in their community, we're having to bring them in. And this is the issue, is that Medicaid is important. 840,000 family members rely on Medicaid. And when something happens and something goes wrong in these bases that are far away, having access to that care is important. Ranking member, are these concerns that you think bubble up among the communities?
Well, I think we'll learn more about the challenges that the bill that has been signed into law by the president is going to present for a lot of families, a lot of rural hospitals, and for those children and families who sometimes have to cobble together. In my state, it would be, we have a program called TEFRA that not all states use. Quite a few states in the United States have that. And so how that's going to affect our children's specialty hospitals and all that yet remains to be seen. So it is something that I think a lot of people have warned us that we have to be very guarded about protecting, especially children as these cuts go forward.
Right. Another thing that this military families newsletter, this is not us making this up. These are the military families who are raising the concerns. And they're raising the concerns as well with what was in that bill with regards to striking the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and the Office of Service Member Affairs. Because we know that oftentimes service members are subject to predators. And when you don't have their services available to help them out, that is a concern. And I think that that's why we cannot look at this in isolation. And so it's not just this bill, it's what you're doing to assist the service members in that area. They're also concerned about what we're doing for SNAP benefits, because they're not just thinking about themselves, they're thinking about what happens when you leave and you become a veteran. And we know some of those SNAP cuts are going to hurt veterans a lot. Is that correct, Ranking Member?
We'll see if the pay raise took care of all the needs of all the families and how the SNAP cuts in certain areas will affect families.
Right.
Stay tuned.
And I think that in this Georgetown study said 1 in 10 children, 10% of active service members with TRICARE also have Medicaid coverage. So when you are taking votes that impact negatively Medicaid, you are also impacting negatively our military families. The other thing is that I think we have to be concerned about the impact on women in this bill. And New Mexico shares a boundary with Texas. And I think that when a woman signs up and is willing to fight for our freedom, it is important that she have the freedom to access full reproductive health care and be able to travel from Texas to New Mexico. I mean, is that asking too much to allow a woman to travel to New Mexico, Ranking Member?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I mean, really, just to travel, what kind, if it's going to be denied her where she, because, Chairman, when somebody enrolls to serve in the military, they don't get to say no to where they get assigned. Am I correct on that? They might have some where they would prefer, but basically, if you get assigned to Texas, you get assigned to Texas. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So it is, we are imposing on somebody who is willing to give their life for our freedom restrictions that don't make any sense. Ranking Member McCollum, I know it looked like you had wanted to respond to something else that was mentioned earlier, and perhaps that was, and I just wanted to give you that opportunity.
Well, I just, when it comes to our gay, lesbian brothers and transgender siblings, and I say this as a child of God, that take the oath of office to service, I believe that they should be treated with the dignity and respect that we all deserve of one another. And some of the things in this bill right now do not treat women, as we were just discussing, with their rights with respect. But there's improvement to be made in this bill, that we recognize everyone who takes the oath of office to put their life online deserves our appreciation, our dignity, and our respect.
And it just is ridiculous that we need to be prepared for war. So why are we engaging in culture wars against each other and dividing Americans against Americans? I mean, there is war that we need to be prepared for, and that's what your committee tries to do. And so why do we declare war on each other? I simply don't understand that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Generally yields back, and without objection, we will submit the two documents. The reason I always like to have a date is that it lets us know if it's on the most current version of the bill or on a previous version of the bill or on what people speculated the bill would have. So that's why I like dates, but,
I completely understand.
yes, ma'am.
I knew this one was after, because it said it is now law.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that, gentleman.
Thank you very much. And now, if I will recognize myself. I will recognize myself to ask some questions. So, Chairman Calvert, it sounded like we left DOD approach and got into energy and commerce. I serve on energy and commerce. And so you would agree with me that children with special needs are under Medicaid, and where the work requirements and all that came in, that was under Medicaid expansion. Wouldn't you agree with me on that?
That's correct.
And I share some of the concerns about specialists in any rural area, but that's not really, that wasn't affected by the bill. That's a fact that has been going on for several decades now, which is one of the reasons why I'm a big proponent of telemedicine. And I would hope that even in our hospitals on military bases, we would be utilizing telemedicine, because that way we can get the specialists into a lot of areas.
We're using more and more telemedicine, especially on foreign bases, where obviously specialists are not available at all.
Well, and I appreciate that. I understand that our colleagues don't like the bill, but we're talking about a different bill today. Am I correct?
Yeah.
I am correct. I have lost track of things.
I have enough responsibility with the Department of Defense without taking your job.
I appreciate that. And today we're doing the Department of Defense Appropriations bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That was my understanding too. All right, with that, I will yield time to Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask if I could have something entered into the record. It's a Washington Post article dated yesterday, July 13th, and it says, "A clinic blames its closing on Trump's Medicaid cuts. Patients don't buy it," is the title. I would ask that that be entered into the record without objection.
Without objection? So ordered.
And I just wanted to mention that that actually says that the hospital was closed July 2nd, so 2 days before the bill was even signed. And it was inferred that that they were blaming that the Medicaid cuts were devastating, but this was 2 days before. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Yeah, I do. I would say to the gentlelady, I do fear that there may be others that will use the bill as an excuse for financial action they were already taking under the previous law. All right, with that, I yield back and now recognize a gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, for his time of questioning.
Thank you. I thank the chairman, and thank you, Subcommittee Chair Calvert and Ranking Member McCollum, for being here and for your testimony. One question, I guess, Chairman Calvert, you might be able to help me understand. As I understand the budget proposal that's before this committee, the Appropriations Committee has directed the Defense Department to cut roughly $7.75 billion from the DoD budget. Is that fair?
The department is reviewing all expenditures within the department and reassigning that to priorities for the warfighter.
So that's a yes. I mean, essentially, the bill before us said...
That money's not going away. It's being redirected to different areas.
Got it. So you're saying that essentially you've inserted a provision into this bill that asks the Defense Department to reallocate 7.75...
We reallocate funds from time to time, and every administration, we call that reprogramming. But nonetheless, yeah, that some money is being reprioritized within the department.
And that's at their discretion?
They have a limited amount of discretion, yeah.
Well, let's test that. So, for example, if they decided that they wanted to take the bulk of that out of procurement and modernization of weapon systems, they could do that. There's nothing in this bill that limits their ability to move $3 billion out of that line item, right? Or $2 billion or $1 billion or whatever they decide. There's no limitations in this bill.
Well, that doesn't happen in reality, but that's...
What do you mean that doesn't happen?
That we haven't had a $3 billion reallocation.
Okay, so what would be, $2 billion?
We haven't had a $2 billion reallocation.
Well, you've asked the Defense Department.
There will be reallocations based on what this previous testimony was about drone technology and how it's changing very rapidly.
So that
And
would be the
how we have
$7.575
to
billion?
change within the department sometimes very quickly to meet the threat.
Yeah,
And I'm sure you would agree that it's important that we keep our people safe and that we have to make decisions sometimes during a normal congressional calendar to make sure that we have weapon systems that are necessary at the time we need them.
Sure. So, again, these actually really are not. I have some other questions where there might be some heated exchanges here. This is not that. Put yourself in the shoes of the Defense Secretary. Okay, $7.75 billion. I'm just trying to get a sense of where that money is going to be reallocated within the Defense Department. So you're telling me $3 billion will be
They will let us know.
And there's no limitations on how they do that, right?
Well, in reality, there are limitations because it depends on where they're pulling the money out of and depends on where that money is going. And so we're talking about a hypothetical situation I'm not aware of.
Okay, let me ask Ranking Member McCollum, because I'm more confused than when I started this questioning. As I understand this bill, it essentially is asking of the Defense Department to reallocate upwards of $7.75 billion within its budget. There are no restrictions within the language of this bill as to how those reallocations ought to be conducted. So if Secretary Hegseth decides that he wants to apply that across the board, let's say, he says, you know what, I want every line item within the Defense Department budget to ultimately be a part of this reallocation, he could do that. There's nothing limiting his ability to do that. Or am I misunderstanding this provision of the Defense Appropriations Bill?
Well, you're referring to page 138, section 8154, and I'll read from it. The total amount appropriated or otherwise made available by this act is hereby reduced by the $300 billion that you referred to reflect savings and efficiencies attributable to the proposed appropriations set forth in Title II of H.R. 1. And it says that such reductions may not be derived from amounts appropriated by this act for the National Intelligence Program or the Military Intelligence Program. So it just DOD. So what I'm hoping happens with this language, and this is a hope, and I think what the chairman and I both expect together, the way that it has happened in regular order, but nothing appears to be always regular with this president and with this Department of Defense, is that they come to us for reprogramming or reallocating, and we have discussions about it. We look at how it fits into the total bill picture and what we believe with our obligation under the Constitution of Article 1, of making sure that we are making sure that the taxpayers' funds are being spent wisely and effectively. So there are programming.
Of course, they're impounding funds as it is, so the notion
which
that they
which
would-
is illegal, and I have a strong disagreement with what they're doing with that. And then we also have the bill that is in the Senate right now, looking at impounding. I'll use the term impounding funds. So it is the chairman's and my wish that this be a dialogue, that this be open, that this be transparent, and that that the regular ways in which we go about reprogramming dollars would happen. But this gives us no guarantee of that, the way the bill is currently written.
And that's why I share your concerns, because to me, this provision, particularly in the context of where we find ourselves with respect to this administration and its conduct over the last 7 months around impoundment, is very clearly a blank check. There's no restrictions on the administration's ability to say, you know what, we're going to do the bulk of this in health programs or troop pay or troop readiness, or it can pick the category and it can proceed on that course, which is why I think that this language ought to be fixed, and I know there's an amendment that attempts to do so. But in any event, different subject. I want to talk a bit about amendments. So, Mr. Calvert, my understanding, when you all marked up this bill, there was an amendment that was made to prohibit the United States from receiving an airplane that is a gift from a foreign government. This is in reference to the Boeing 747 from Qatar that President Trump is apparently accepting, which will be rendered into the new Air Force One and then be given to his presidential library at the conclusion of his term. You voted against the amendment. I'd like to know why.
Well, the VC-25B program, which you're referring to, which is the presidential jet, is severely behind schedule. That contract was let in 2018. Boeing put out an initial response to an inquiry that the plane would not be done until 2031, 2032.
And so in light of that, you're okay with them accepting the plane from Qatar?
The existing planes that we have operating are old, and so the president made a determination that he wanted another plane, and one was offered to him. There's some legalities.
Is that a decision you support?
There's in the courts now trying to decide that. That's not the decision from this committee, but
Well, you voted against the amendment.
I voted against the amendment because we need a replacement for the VC-25.
And you believe that
sooner.
this is a suitable replacement, I guess is what I'm asking. Clearly, you voted against the amendment, so you
I
believe.
think there needs to be another plane. By the way, the discussion for a third airplane has been going on for many years, not just the years that I've been chairman of the
Could you
committee.
point me to the article about Qatar offering President Biden a plane last year? I guess I missed that. I don't know if that
Well,
was recent.
the plane was offered and received and is being reconditioned at this time.
What are the limitations that you would impose, I guess? Let's say, for example, I don't know, North Korea offers President Trump a plane. Would that offend your sensibilities? If there was an amendment offered specific to that, would that be enough for you to say, you know what, this is a bridge too far for me?
North Korea didn't offer the plane.
Oh, okay, so I'm glad, so we're making some progress here. So North Korea, if we made an amendment on that, we'd get your support. What other
Plus the
countries?
fact we would never sell a Boeing aircraft to North Korea.
What other countries would meet your test? I mean, apparently this is the idea, right? Is that essentially if President Trump says, I'm going to accept a plane from just about any country in the world, and I'm going to convert that into Air Force One, and my presidential library is going to keep it once I'm done with my term, that meets your approval, your seal of approval, or the approval of the majority of the Republicans on the House Appropriations Committee, with the exception of North Korea. I could give you other examples. Maybe there's other.
Well, one, the plane wasn't given to the presidential library. It was given to the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense is reconditioning the plane.
Yeah, and you understand that it will be, at least that's
Not
what
without-
reports suggest it will be given to the.
Not without an act of Congress, it cannot be.
Well, I'm sure. I look forward to, to standing in that void with you and perhaps enlisting your support when that act of Congress is proposed. I'm sure the president is going to respect that particular limitation. There was another amendment that was offered during the markup by my colleague and friend, Lauren Underwood, Miss Underwood from Chicago. And the amendment was to prohibit the Department of Defense from using funds to take down educational material or public material about minority and female service members, such as the Tuskegee Airmen. You voted against it. Would like to know why.
There's a number of amendments that were offered in committee that were accepted and not accepted, and
This one was not.
That was obviously that by the way was rescinded, and that those individuals that was a mistake, and that was fixed.
You're not talking about the amendment. You're talking about the examples.
Some of the examples
Yeah,
that were
so the
given were
Tuskegee
already
Airmen were removed from the website, and then the Defense Department,
they were put back on.
after the outcry from members of Congress and the general public, reversed it.
But they were put back on. It was a mistake.
And we are now essentially be left to the vagaries of the Defense Department deciding if and when they believe that a story about a minority, a black service member or a woman service member they deem offensive, will take it off their website and will rely on the public and members of Congress, Democratic members of Congress, to register sufficient opposition such that the department will reverse
There
their
were
ways.
opposition from both sides, and
Sure.
that was removed.
Well, I appreciate that opposition. Why not pass this amendment so that this doesn't happen again?
Because it wasn't necessary. We already fixed the problem.
So you're suggesting to me, you really believe, Mr. Calvert, that in the next week, in the next month, in the next 6 months, in the next year, the Defense Department is not going to do the same thing that they've been doing for the last 6 months, which is every 2 or 3 weeks, finding something objectionable about a minority service member or a woman service member and taking it off their website, and then rinsing and repeating this process over and over again? Ms. Underwood had a reasonable amendment that would simply say the Defense Department should stop with this nonsense and leave it alone. The Tuskegee Airmen, the other stories about various service members who've bravely sacrificed for our country, leave it alone. Focus on the task at hand.
Mistakes were made, and they were fixed.
Well, Mr. Calvert, I look forward to, I hope the Defense Department doesn't make the exact same mistakes that they've been making for the last 6 months. I have no doubt that that's going to be the case, and I'll be sure to forward you, perhaps by the end of this week, I'm sure we'll have another example of a mistake, and hopefully you'll join me in calling on the Defense Department to reverse it. A much easier way to do this would be to put it in the bill, which is what Ms. Underwood tried to do. and I wish that my colleagues would have supported her in that effort. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. That concludes all of the questions to our witnesses. We appreciate our witnesses being here. Thank you both. And we will now suspend for a minute or two as we clear the room and bring in the next panel.
Yeah, that's all right. Hello. How's Ralph Norman? That's a good thing.
All right, we will unsuspend and come back to order. Appreciate our witnesses being here. I now welcome our second panel, Chairman Hill and Ranking Member Waters from the Committee on the Financial Services, as well as Chairman Thompson and Representative Davis from the Committee on Agriculture. Your full statements will be submitted for the record, and we ask that you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Hill, if you will begin, I welcome your testimony.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and thank Ranking Member McGovern for having us today. It's a real pleasure to present to the committee the joint work on digital assets between our two committees, House Agriculture and House Financial Services Committee. Let me start first with H.R. 3633, the Digital Asset Market Clarity Act of 2025. Chairman Thompson and I were pleased to introduce this landmark legislation along with our colleagues, Ranking Member Angie Craig, Tom Emmer, Dusty Johnson, Don Davis, Brian Stile, Richie Torres, and Warren Davidson. For too long, America's digital assets regime has been delivered in the worst possible world. Regulation by enforcement that stifles responsible innovation and an existing commodity and security regulatory framework that's plagued by gaps that leave consumers unprotected and investors confused. This broken status quo has exposed Americans to disasters like the catastrophic collapse of FTX in 2022. It's past time for Congress to act. American consumers deserve protections, and innovators need clear, workable rules to build and grow projects here at home under common sense standards. Absent regulatory certainty through bipartisan enacted legislation, we will continue to face unacceptable risks from regulatory interpretations that can be undone by the stroke of a pen. Market participants will remain wary of operating in the United States, fearing enforcement actions and lacking durable guidance. If we fail to lead, America will cede the future of capital markets and the next generation of the internet to other jurisdictions, leaving consumers with a far less functional and less responsible marketplace. Who does this hurt most? Our constituents. The Clarity Act alleviates these concerns head-on by leveraging the existing capabilities at the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Commodity Future Trading Commission. I'm proud to say this bill is the product of countless bipartisan discussions between members of, as I said at the top, Financial Services and Agriculture committees. It builds on the years of work in the past two Congresses that produced our bipartisan framework bill in the 118th Congress called FIT 21, a bill that earned 71 Democratic votes in this House. Over the years, we've incorporated a significant amount of feedback from the relevant federal agencies as well as members of Congress and market participants. The fact is, this bill imposes strict consumer and market protections. When it comes to digital asset firms, we impose high standards. We do not allow commingling of customer funds. We impose capital, record keeping, and other vital operating requirements, and we include provisions to mitigate conflicts of interest. While market participants wait for the rules to be finalized, we include a provisional registration period subjecting registrants to oversight of a federal regulator instantly. Again, some of my Democratic colleagues may argue that the status quo is preferred and that the SEC has all the authority that it needs. Let's consider the status quo for a moment. We have a multi-trillion-dollar industry, the majority of which is subject to limited, not fit-for-purpose federal oversight. If the existing ad hoc process remains in place, I'm convinced we'll continue to see future FTX-like situations because consumers are not afforded the careful protections included in this legislation. And America will fall further behind in advancing the use of blockchain application developments in finance. This bill does not create a loophole or deregulate crypto. Quite the contrary, this framework recognizes the unique characteristics and life cycle of blockchain networks so consumers can receive similar protections that they have today in our traditional financial markets. We accomplish this through a rigorous and functional framework. First, we provide clear and specific definitions of a digital commodity, a digital asset whose value is tied to its underlying blockchain. Next, for projects that wish to offer and sell digital commodities to raise capital, we create a fit-for-purpose exempt offering regime under the rigorous scrutiny oversight of the SEC. It requires comprehensive disclosures regarding the specific attributes and risks of those proposed instruments. Furthermore, we protect retail consumers by imposing carefully calibrated resale limitations and reporting obligations on project insiders. Regardless of what some critics claim, this bill does not create a free-for-all for crypto crooks or prevent federal regulators from being able to police the market. The CFTC, which is already an expert in overseeing markets and complex financial derivatives, as well as enforcing against fraud and market manipulation in the commodity markets, is given new authority in this legislation to oversee the centralized exchanges, brokers, and dealers in digital commodity spot markets. I want to reemphasize, we are not creating loopholes, we are closing regulatory gaps. It's high time for us to fix a broken regulatory structure that's failed American consumers and innovators and failing to enable the future that we deserve. A vote for clarity is a vote to unlock the full potential of American markets and ingenuity. Now let me turn to highlight the need for Whip Tom Emmer's bill, H.R. 1919, the Anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act. This bill is simple but important. It prohibits the Federal Reserve from issuing a retail CBDC to the public. Fortunately, the United States Constitution expressly grants to Congress the sole authority to coin money and regulate the value thereof. However, over the years, vague statements by senior Fed officials about the legal authority to issue CBDCs necessitate this legislation. We must make it completely clear that authorization must come directly from Congress. Claiming that a CBDC is needed for faster payments further ignores private sector innovations. CBDCs put the government in place where it does not belong. The only new feature a CBDC possesses is increased surveillance and control over Americans' financial lives, which flies in face of Americans' rights to privacy and property. Lastly, let me comment on Senator Bill Hagerty's Genius Act. Global payment systems are undergoing a profound transformation, driven by technological advances that are reshaping how value moves in the digital age. These innovations are not only modernizing financial infrastructure, they're also lowering barriers to entry, cutting transaction costs, and bringing more people into the financial system. Over the decades, America has witnessed a steady innovation led by the private sector in convenience, accuracy, and flexibility in payments. From cash to credit cards, to debit and ATM cards, to the automated clearinghouse, to peer-to-peer platforms like Venmo or Zelle, and now to real-time payments. In each instance, the private sector has been the driving force behind this payments evolution, and Congress must act to ensure that the regulatory environment fosters innovation while protecting consumers. Payment stablecoins, once seen as a niche product within the digital asset space, now are being adopted for everyday transactions, international payments, and commercial uses worldwide. Each day, dollar-backed stablecoins facilitate billions in transactions, reducing delays in cross-border settlements, increasing transparency, helping underserved communities access digital financial services, and promoting the dollar's status as the world's reserve currency. Recognize this potential. Members of the House Financial Services Committee have worked over multiple Congresses to craft legislation providing guardrails for stablecoin issuers while supporting their continued development. In this Congress, Chairman Brian Stile and his team on our subcommittee have debated and marked up stablecoin legislation, which has heavily influenced the Senate proposal that we consider today. With the Genius Act, Congress has the opportunity to provide regulatory certainty, protect consumers, and ensure that U.S. dollar remains the foundation of the global financial system. The stakes are high, and getting this right is essential to safeguard America's competitiveness and the future of payments. I thank the committee for the time, and I look forward to your questions.
I thank the gentleman, and went a little bit over, but I know you had a lot of bills to cover. That said, I now recognize Chairman Thompson.
Well, Chairman and Ranking Member, thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the House Agriculture Committee in support of the Digital Asset Market Clarity Act, or Clarity Act. Before I start, I want to share my thanks to Chairman Hill and his team and echo his appreciation of Ranking Member Craig and Ranking Member Davis, their respective teams, and all the co-sponsors of the Clarity Act. This is a unique piece of legislation, one developed through the close collaboration of both our committees, and one that has earned bipartisan support because it tackles this complex issue fairly. As Chairman Hill testified, the Clarity Act establishes a regulatory framework for digital assets to protect consumers and foster innovation in the United States. Most notably, it grants the Commodity Futures Trading Corporation, or CFTC, new authority to address the existing spot market gap. Consumer protection and innovation are championed by the CFTC, and at the core of the agency's principles-based regulatory approach. The Commodity Exchange Act's final purpose is, quote, to promote responsible innovation and fair competition, end quote. Unique among the federal financial laws, Congress unambiguously set out the expectation that new ideas, new products, and new services should be welcome at the CFTC. This focus on innovation makes the CFTC the natural regulator for these new markets. The Clarity Act creates a comprehensive framework for the regulation of these markets, but I'd like to focus on three specific changes here today. First, the Clarity Act establishes a framework for the proactive regulation of digital commodity exchanges, brokers, and dealers. This regulatory framework is tailored to the unique aspects of the digital commodity spot market, but imposes the same rigorous standards we expect of financial exchanges and intermediaries in the United States. This new proactive authority complements the CFTC's existing backward-looking authority to bring enforcement actions in the event of fraud and manipulation in digital commodity markets. Second, the Clarity Act requires firms registered with the CFTC to segregate customer funds in the same battle-tested manner as firms holding customer funds in the futures markets, including membership and oversight of the National Futures Association. Segregation of funds is a bedrock principle in the regulation of financial markets. It ensures that customer funds cannot be misused by the firm holding them and that they are able to be identified and returned quickly in the event of bankruptcy. And third, the Clarity Act provides new funding and hiring authorities to the Commission to ensure that it has the financial and human resources it needs to regulate these markets. The Clarity Act will bring common sense, fit-for-purpose regulatory requirements to the digital commodity markets, but the point of the Clarity Act is not regulation for regulation's sake. It is to promote innovation here in the United States. Clear regulations will establish a foundation of certainty. From that certainty, developers and users of digital commodities will be able to use these tools to create new solutions to age-old problems. Thank you again for your consideration of the Clarity Act, and I look forward to answering any questions that you may have, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Ranking Member Davis, for his time of opening statement.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and to Ranking Member McGovern, and actually to all of the members of the Rules Committee for allowing me to come forward to testify before you today. While I believe improvements can be made to this legislation, I also believe that H.R. 3633, Digital Asset Market Clarity Act of 2025, also known as the Clarity Act, is a step forward in regulating digital assets. This legislation impacts the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, the CFTC, which is under the House Agriculture Committee's jurisdiction, so most of my remarks will be limited to those parts of the bill. But to be clear, millions of Americans, millions, are holding cryptocurrency, exchanging it in financial transitions and using other digital tokens as a part of new innovative technologies and services. Currently, there's no market structure in place to protect consumers or establish rules of the road for businesses and innovators seeking to work in this space. In other words, whether we accept it or like it or not, it's the Wild Wild West. The CFTC is hamstrung in its ability to protect consumers, while the CFTC already has been effectively and robustly policing derivative markets that trade futures in digital assets. Its authority in the spot markets for many of these digital assets is limited to only policing for fraud and manipulation. Digital assets are here. They are here. We cannot put this back in a Pandora's box. Nobody is waiting on us before forging ahead into the new digital frontier. And my friends, Congress, once again, is playing catch up. That's where we are. So the question that's before all of us today is how and when are we going to begin to regulate the sector? That's the question, when and how? Well, the Clarity Act gives Congress an opportunity to provide protection to customers who trade and hold these digital assets. Further, it provides clarity to innovators of this technology. One of my concerns around this legislation, and let's just deal with the elephant in the room, is the lack of conflict of interest guardrails, and especially as we're talking specifically with the executive branch. Regardless of who the president, if I can be clear, we need to have standards in place so that no person in any administration is using their office to personally benefit from crypto. There's any president. There are several good ideas and amendments that deal with this conflict of interest standard, and this committee can either incorporate those ideas in the bill or at least make the amendments in order to allow the House to work its will. We must focus at the end of the day. We must focus on the millions of Americans, those customers, innovators, and businesses. That should be the focus of this discussion, the millions out there. That is why we need a market structure. That is why further delay would only hurt U.S. customers and innovators. I'm supporting this legislation because Congress has a responsibility to the millions of Americans investing, using, and trading in cryptocurrencies. American customers, I believe they deserve consumer protections, and they deserve those protections today. We have the opportunity to bring the United States to the center stage and to be the world leader on digital asset market structure. That's what's before us. And the longer we wait, the greater the risk to this key industry of going abroad and setting up shop in foreign nations rather than right here in the United States. And I can tell you, so many have come to me as the ranking member here. So many have come to me and said they want to do it right here. They want to do it here. Doing nothing leaves American businesses, customers, and the CFTC and the SEC with the status quo, a lack of clarity, a lack of security, and a lack of accountability. The risk of inaction is too significant, and at a minimum, with this legislation, any president activity would come under the regulation. Is the Clarity Act without shortcomings? I cannot come and sit here and say that it is. Is there room for improvement? Absolutely. But nevertheless, I still believe this bill is a step forward and deserving of support. And that's why I'm here, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis from North Carolina, and the other panel members who are here. I know Ms. Waters is planning to be here, but is not, and I'd like to go ahead with questioning, if you all don't mind, and then we'll recognize her when she gets here, okay? Chairman Hill, the legislation and related subject matter can get a bit technical, but let's set the landscape on why we're here. What is the ultimate purpose or value of digital assets, and why should Congress wade into this digital asset debate?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and again, thanks to all the members of the Rules Committee for being with us tonight. Digital assets are, you're seeing change because in the world of the internet, you're seeing new ways of doing computing than we grew up with, whether you might have had an operating system on your computer that was a DOS operating system, or you might have had you might have been a Macintosh person back in the 80s, and if you have a cell phone, you might be an Android person, or you might be an iOS Apple person. Yeah, yeah. Well, I haven't mentioned VHS and Beta. So an open network that we've all grown up with since the 90s due to the decisions of this Congress in 1996 to not tax or regulate the internet, but instead tax and regulate the use of the internet. That is an open, permissionless network that you and I sent emails on, and then we created websites. And what's happening now is that permissionless system is coming to finance. It's coming to our peer-to-peer transactions, both in the United States and outside the United States, where we program a blockchain operating system, which is like an operating system you've had on your phone or on your computer, but it's a blockchain, decentralized operating system. And our rules don't fit that use. We used the word in the last Congress, fit for purpose. We're not trying to deregulate anything. We're trying to make law for both commodities and securities and for things that are neither commodities or securities, so that consumers are protected, so that investors know how to raise money and start businesses, so that programmers and developers know how to write applications to facilitate peer-to-peer transactions. Let me just give you a quick example and I'll stop. Right now, if we use a traditional system to make a payment in a foreign country, we're going to take cash out of our bank. We're going to electronically move that through the bank or through Western Union, or we might write a check, or we might send a wire transfer to that person in another country, and it would be in dollars. And that person in the other country has to go to their bank and translate it into their currency. And those costs of the wire transfers or writing the check or the mail or sending that wire or the currency translation between the dollar and that other currency, all those have huge costs. And what you'll see in the future is on a blockchain operating system, you'll see that payment made internationally and you'll take out the bulk of that cost. You'll increase speed, you'll increase accountability, increased fraud protections, and the like. So a blockchain system is an operating system like we've grown up with. It's now being programmed. There are uses in financial services, and our existing intermediary rules governing commodities and securities don't fit that form of transaction. And that's why we're here today and why we're working together to rectify that gap of regulation.
And by the way, we appreciate how well the two committees have worked together on this. So let me follow up. Is it true today that it's unclear which digital assets the SEC considers to be securities, and that at times the same digital asset is claimed to be a security by the SEC and a commodity by the CFTC? And what's the result of that confusion?
Well, it's been significant, and in fact, it's the work that's really guided the Ag Committee and the Financial Services Committee in the last Congress. And during the Biden administration, Chairman Gary Gensler, who chaired the SEC, ruled that effectively all tokens were securities and that they should all be governed by the securities laws. And yet the federal court struck that down. They declared that Bitcoin or Ethereum were in fact decentralized commodities and did not meet the definition of a security. And yet, Mr. Gensler, in that capacity as chairman, tried to put a square peg in a round hole. And what we've tried to do here is define in law, how is a token a commodity in law, and how is a token to be considered a security? And that is the clarity delivered by the Clarity Act. And of course, we can use examples, but I'd yield to Don or GT if they want to comment on that. Basically, most tokens are in fact commodities and will be governed by the CFTC rules, and that's why their part of the bill is so robust.
Well, thanks, Chairman. Absolutely, it's true today. And it's unfortunately been true for some time, Chairwoman. Our committee has heard testimony on this point time and time again from market participants, current, former regulators, and lawyers with subject matter expertise in this space. And so, you know, all the confusion that Chairman Hill had talked about under SEC Chair Gensler, creating a whole mess of confusion. Under Clarity, the lines of authority between the CFTC and the SEC are clearly delineated based on each agency's expertise. The SEC oversees capital raises involving digital commodities, including both disclosures and resale obligations on project insiders. CFTC oversees the intermediary that hold customer funds and allow trading in the digital commodity spot market. So that it truly do, I mean, it's my belief that looking at this legislation, it lives up to its name of providing clarity over what has been very confusing in the past.
Thank you all again very much. Mr. Davis, did you want to add something?
I would add briefly, Madam Chair, because much has been covered, but again, going back to the testimony, there's ambiguity, and obviously that has resulted in lawsuits. That's what we've seen. Ultimately, it's also led to, which I really just want to elevate, I believe as a result of that, less consumer protections.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGovern.
Thank you. I think Chairman Hill, you mentioned the Genius Act, and the Genius Act bans the use of, I guess, do you want to go to Maxine? Should I- Well, let me just ask the questions, then we'll go to Chairwoman Waters. The Genius Act bans the use of deceptive stablecoin names that could deceive a reasonable person into thinking it is American currency or related to the government, such as United States or USG. I'm correct, right? Am I correct in that? Yeah. No.
Waters, I'm sorry. Would you repeat it?
Yeah, so the Genius Act bans the use of deceptive stablecoin names that could deceive a reasonable person into thinking it's American currency or related to the government, such as United States or USG, right? Am I correct on that?
I believe so, yes.
Right. And that makes sense because these are private companies issuing crypto, not the United States government, and there is nothing guaranteeing that they will actually stick to the value of the US dollar. And so, which leads me to my question, which is, why is there an exception on page 36, lines 3 through 7, which states that stablecoins with the specific abbreviation USD are allowed?
Well, I take your premise about US dollar, but let's go back to the assertion you made, which is that there's no guarantee that it is backed by the dollar, and that's the whole essence of the law's proposal, is it is backed one for one by the dollar. It's only backed by, and it's audited, and there are monthly attestations to the effect that it's backed by short-term U.S. Treasury bills, insured deposits, or less than 90-day, 93-day treasuries.
Right, but my question is that, you know, there are certain, you know, prohibitions about how this can be labeled, and there's an exception. And I asked the question because I wonder whether it has anything to do with the fact that President Trump has his own stablecoin named USD1. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but that's what it's called. And so there's a specific exception in the Genius Act that allows for him to continue this. And because when I hear USD.
But you said that his is USD1, and that says USD.
Right, okay. But it's inclusive. I mean, he's allowed, when I hear USD, I think of US dollar. I think any reasonable person would think that. It's the official standardized abbreviation for our currency worldwide. And so I guess the question is, why does the bill include a special handout to President Trump and his family's crypto business?
Well, I don't view that as a handout to the Trump family. It says USD. I take your purpose on that, but I don't connect that with any one entity personally.
Well,
what I think it's important for you to recognize is that this is an extension of the U.S. dollar and the reserve currency status of the dollar by having a U.S. dollar-backed payment stablecoin available as a payment method under the laws of the United States, regulated by the United States, to benefit the U.S. dollar being used as a transaction mechanism around the world.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, but that's really not the question I'm asking here. You know, on March 25th of this year, a company backed by Donald Trump and his family called World Liberty Financial launched the USD1 stablecoin. President Trump, Eric Trump, Donald Trump Jr., and Barron Trump are listed as co-founders on the company's website, and Eric Trump serves on the board of the holding company. As of April 29, 2025, a Trump business entity owns 60% of World Liberty Financial and is entitled to 75% of the revenue from coin sales, which can be converted into cash. So according to President Trump's financial disclosures, which he filed with the U.S. Office of Government Ethics on June 13th of this year, President Trump has already made $57.4 million in personal income from this crypto business alone. So Trump's stablecoin is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to self-enrichment. Trump and Melania Trump have issued their own cryptocurrencies called $, in all capital letters, Trump, and $, all capital letters, Melania, and promoted them on social media. Trump hosted an exclusive dinner at his luxury golf resort for the top 225 largest holders of his Trump coin, in which attendees, including foreign investors, spent millions of dollars to secure a seat, and several of the attendees said afterwards the entire goal was to influence the president. So Trump's family also started a Bitcoin mining firm called American Bitcoin, which lists Eric Trump as a co-founder, and the Trump Media and Technology Group has created a Truth Social Bitcoin ETF. And my personal favorite, Trump is even advertising and selling virtual NFT, non-fungible token trading cards that sell for $99 each and feature AI-modified versions of Trump. So according to the trading card website, if someone buys 75 digital trading cards in a single transaction, which is over $7,000, quote, you'll get both, dinner with the president at his private country club and a piece of the actual suit from his famous debate. So I guess my question is, would President Trump still be allowed to sell digital cards in exchange for exclusive meetings under these bills?
There's a lot there. First, in this legislation would make, you're describing a meme coin, and this bill would regulate meme coins for anti-fraud and manipulation, and that all public officials, including the president and vice president, in the rule of construction on this bill and in Genius, are fully subject to all the government ethics laws. Currently, digital commodities are now extended to that, and in the digital commodities addition, Section 412 in the Clarity Act, makes meme coins, for example, or digital commodities subject to the full power of the CFTC for anti-manipulation and fraud. And then finally, Mr. McGovern, let me add a final point. This idea of a meme coin was created by Gary Gensler, the chairman of the SEC in the last administration, who said that things like non-fungible tokens or meme coins were not securities, and therefore he green-lighted the creating of these things. If we have clarity and we have a dollar-backed stable coin, we will limit and regulate the access to that kind of thing.
So I assume that that answer means that Trump would still be allowed to sell digital cards in exchange for exclusive meetings.
But that is not covered by this bill. It's not a digital commodity or digital security by virtue of Gary Gensler and the SEC's decision that non-fungible tokens, NFTs, or collectibles aren't covered. And instead, we capture that concept even in Clarity by virtue of if someone were to list that on an exchange, it would be regulated under Clarity. And those listing standards might prohibit that kind of behavior, and any anti-fraud or anti-manipulation activity would be captured as well.
Do you know how much money Trump has made from his crypto scheme since becoming president?
No.
So I have the numbers in front of me. In total, Forbes estimates that Trump has made $1.2 billion so far on crypto. And I guess the question is, do any of these bills before us today block a president from creating, selling, profiting from, or promoting his own cryptocurrencies?
This bill in Section 412 says that anyone who engages in a digital commodity is subject to anti-fraud and anti-manipulation rules, and blocks also is subject to any aspect of the campaign finance laws, et cetera.
So I guess the answer is no. And do you know how many foreign governments or foreign entities have bought or invested in Trump's crypto?
No. These rules, Mr. McGovern, are for every American. President, vice president, member of Congress, anyone else.
But it was reported last month that a state-backed Emirati investment firm based in Abu Dhabi used Trump's stablecoin to settle a $2 billion investment in another crypto exchange called Binance. And it's hard to count how many red flags that raises. And during Trump's special private dinner, more than half of the top holders of Trump coin use foreign exchanges that are closed or very limited to U.S. residents, making it abundantly clear that foreign entities are funneling millions into Trump's own ventures. I mean, do you believe, anybody here believe that it is in the public interest of the United States for a president to be able to enrich himself from crypto, even from foreign buyers? I mean, what if Kamala Harris were president and she and her family were using the power of the presidency to make billions of dollars on crypto businesses? I mean, I think this would just be astonishing.
Well, Mr. McGovern, I think what's in the public interest is that we have rules of the road and we have regulations and we have enforcement in an environment where right now there is none. And this will.
I know, but I guess what what I'm explaining here from my point of view is corruption. And, you know, and going back to my first question about, you know, the exemption in the Genius Act, which basically, you know, allows for there to be an exception that with USD, the U.S. dollar, given the fact that Trump has his own stablecoin named USD1, I think that should sound alarm bells. Ranking Member Waters, do you have any comment on any of this? I mean, or any risk posed to our country? You know, by Trump and his family's various crypto ventures?
Mr. McGovern, can you hear me?
Yeah, just get, yeah. Is it,
As I came in, just getting off the airplane here, I heard you describing, perhaps in a most detailed way, what is going on with crypto and the President of the United States of America. First of all, I have been urging that the President of the United States, his cabinet and family be excluded from ownership of crypto. The President of the United States has brazenly shown that not only is he creating his own crypto, his wife, he's creating his meme. They absolutely are in the ownership of crypto now, and in addition to that, the sons are in ownership of Bitcoin. They are literally mining Bitcoins right now as we speak. And you described, you know, all of this ownership, and you asked some questions about whether or not they are excluded. No, they're not. And that's what I've been pushing for, that they should not be able to do what the president is brazenly doing. That little dinner that he had with all of the billionaires that showed up, who want to be next to the president, who are seeking to be favored by the president, that was an effort by him to spread his ability to get the investment from all of these very rich people who want to be close to him. And you asked about Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi put $2 billion into his stable coin, which is going to be invested in Binance. And so, no, they are not excluded. The president and vice president, for example, are carved out of the ethics laws in the Clarity and the Genius Acts. In addition to that, what is so unseemly about all of this is the president has made it very clear that he is in charge of the independent agencies. He said to the SEC, which is our cop on the block, that you are not going to make any rules. You're not going to get involved with decisions until you come by me. And so here you have the President of the United States who's enriching himself openly and brazenly with crypto. And now he's in charge of the very agencies that if we can ever figure out and if we can ever get the Republicans to understand the role that the SEC plays, instead of all of this struggling that's going on by trying to keep the SEC out, if we can ever get it straight, it doesn't make any difference because the President of the United States is going to tell them what they can and they cannot do. And so crypto is being undermined by the President of the United States of America. And If we do not stop him, if we allow him to continue to do what he's doing, he will have so much riches in crypto. Nobody will be able to match that because he's shown already how he can enrich himself. That's all I've asked. And I've worked hard on stablecoins. I've worked for 2 years on stablecoin, trying to work out what we could do, not only recognizing the SEC, but perhaps there's a way that we could have figured out how some of what we're looking at are commodities and some are securities, and maybe we could work out both in some ways. But we cannot move forward with what we see happening with the President of the United States. I cannot get any support from the opposite side of the bill, opposite side of our committee. They continue knowing what the president is doing and how harmful and how dangerous it is. And so I would like you, as you have basically went over what is going on with these bills, to understand that the greatest obstacle, impediment, dangerous thing that we have with crypto at this point is not even, what we have not been able to do to get the guardrails in the bills in the way that we want to, and particularly market structure. But what is the most danger to this country and to our nation with the international involvement without any oversight, as you've seen Abu Dhabi do, is what this is all about. And that's what everybody should be focused on.
Thank you. And let me just close with this, and that is, it was a pretty straightforward question, and I appreciate you answering it, responding, and sharing my concerns, Ms. Waters. But to my Republican friends, no one ever answered on the Republican side why in this bill Republicans carved the abbreviation USD out of this bill, which essentially is a corrupt giveaway to the president and his family. I mean, they don't allow USG or US, but they allow USD. The corruption here is just shocking, and it's just a stunning level of self-dealing from this administration, and another way for this president to monetize his office. And most presidents, when they get elected, try to distance themselves from financial investments so that they are above reproach, so that there aren't all these conflicts of interest and all these questions. This is just the opposite with this White House, and I would just urge my friends, we all have to reel this in. I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
No,
Okay.
that's okay.
Yeah,
I was just waiting my turn.
All right, go ahead.
I appreciate the ranking member. Yeah, the logic of what I'm hearing doesn't make a lot of sense, though, because we're damned if we do regulate, damned if we don't regulate. And it seems like the ranking member just wants us to do nothing, no customer protections, no disclosures, no segregation requirements. Yeah, she wants the status quo, and where the
With
president,
respect, that was not my question.
where the president can
You're not answering
can
my
steal
question.
what he's doing.
My question was, why is USD,
Why did
is USD carved out?
So the question is, why is USDA put into this Senate bill?
No,
uh,
that
which-
was not my question.
Ingenious.
Right.
That's a Senate bill that passed with
Right.
bipartisan
Right, my
support.
question is, why is there a carve-out for USD?
Out of the Senate, so.
That was my question.
Well, I think, I know that's your question, but
Well, I don't know.
I also know that the financial conduct of federal officials, including the president and vice president, is already addressed, as referenced before, by federal laws such as the Stock Act, the Ethics in Government Act, not to mention federal campaign finance laws and in the emulance of the clause of the Constitution. So, if we take a step back, selling collectibles with a leader or candidate likeness, slogan, or logo it really is a longstanding feature of American politics. And we have rules around fundraising and disclosures that already apply to candidates for federal office. And so if there's a concern that there's a conflict of interest where the president in his or her official capacity has a role in regulating businesses that involve his or her family members, that's true wherever a president's family member is in gainful employ in any line of work that is subject to federal regulation. And I'm hard-pressed to think of many that aren't in some way touched by federal law, be it tax law, environmental regulation, or like. And again, federal law already addresses situations where government officials participate personally and substantially in decisions relating to their family members or business associates.
Again, I appreciate your response, but it's kind of an inadequate answer to my question.
Mr. Governor, just, I wanted to look up, so I took a moment, and thank you for the indulgence. All the stable coins that are functioning now, many of the ones in the United States that are under U.S. law in New York, for example, have USD as their primary identifiers. USDT is Tether. That's an outside the U.S. item. USDC is Circle, who just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. USDC is also used by Ethereum.
Why are we exempting these coins that are deceitful?
No, it's just that it's now the colloquial name that the state of New York for the ones in the United States have just used, and it's a common identifier. Circle just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. U.S. dollar coin, USD, that's Circle. It's a publicly traded company. USDP is Paxos, which is a commodity-backed stable coin up in New York, too. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just telling you it has nothing to do with the Trumps per se. It is a colloquial identifier for U.S. dollar-backed stable coins.
Well, let me just follow.
Yield back to you.
Let me just follow with Ms. Waters. Do you believe for a minute that this was done for any other reason than to protect Trump's millions and millions of dollars that he's making off this scheme?
I think I just demonstrated to you that the majority of the top stable coins in the world have USD in them because they're backed by Treasury bills.
Well, I just heard the question and the response to it. The President of the United States is using the presidency in our country to enrich himself. And the more he can identify with this is what is happening, that everybody is agreeing to, it is the United States of America, that's what is happening.
It's time for him to move the portrait of Richard Nixon in a more prominent place in this White House, because this guy makes Richard Nixon look like a Boy Scout. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Fischbach, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank the chairman for undertaking this. This is not, one of the easiest topics, and so I appreciate both of you working very hard on this and bringing them forward. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Fischbach. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Sure, I think first, I don't know that Ms. Waters has
Oh,
had the
Ms.
opportunity.
Waters,
to-
I have a statement I'd like to read.
you want to read your
May I?
statement? Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee. Earlier this month, Republicans pushed through Trump's big billionaire bailout that strips health care from 17 million Americans, shutters hospitals, and starves 12 million people by taking away their food assistance. These cuts to vital programs for America's most vulnerable add up to $1.3 trillion, the exact cost of the tax cut Republicans are handing out to the richest 1% of Americans. I'm honestly not surprised that the Republicans' next order of business is a $1 billion handout to the president himself. Late last year, despite President Trump previously calling crypto a scam, he and his family have launched a multi-billion-dollar crypto empire. Trump has sold hundreds of millions of so-called meme coins, offered access to a dinner with him and private tours of the White House for those people who own the most coins. Even the First Lady has her own coin. It was reported that Trump has made $350 million in March on the trading fees alone for these meme coins. But his family's crypto empire wasn't stopped there. It hasn't stopped there. His crypto company, World Liberty Financial, launched a stablecoin that you mentioned, Mr. McGovern, called USD1 in April. And shortly thereafter, the Abu Dhabi-backed investment firm, MGX, bought $2 billion of Trump's coin to make an investment in Binance. Trump and his family will make tens of millions of dollars on that transaction alone from the interest earnings. Trump's family has also launched a Bitcoin mining operation, crypto exchange traded funds, a crypto exchange, and reportedly even a digital wallet for consumers to hold their crypto coins. And of course, all of this comes at the same time that Trump administration has taken away the independence of the financial regulators, as I alluded to, like SEC, the Fed, and the bank regulators. He fired independent directors at the credit union regulator just because they were Democrats. And he issued Executive Order 14255, which now requires all rules written by the financial regulators to be reviewed and approved by the White House Budget Office. And this week, the House will consider 3 crypto bills that would literally hand over to the president the ability to write the rules he wants, to oversee his stablecoins, his meme coins, and other crypto operations. Surely, each of you can see how this is a blatant conflict of interest, right? Well, Democrats do. It is why I introduced the Stop Trump Corruption Act to ban the president, vice president, and members of Congress from issuing, trading, or owning crypto. I and many of my Democratic colleagues have also offered amendments to all of these bills to ban the president and all elected officials from crypto while they're in office. If we do not ban elected officials, including the president, or vice president, from owning crypto or issuing their own coins, each of us will be complicit in these conflicts of interest and potential corruption. And yet, even if we adopted my amendments to stop the crypto con, there are still several other problems with these bills, which I will now discuss. H.R. 3633, the so-called Clarity Act, but which should be called the Calamity Act, and S. 1582, which is ironically called the Genius Act, create giant loopholes in our federal financial laws that would put consumers and investors at risk. They both handcuff the very regulators we rely on to protect consumers and investors and increase the chance of another costly financial crisis, like the one in 2008 that led to trillions of dollars of wealth being wiped out and millions of Americans losing their homes, their jobs, and their retirement savings. I was here. I served on one of the conference committee, and I tell you, we should never want to go through what we went through with that. It is notable that 15 years to the month after Congress passed the Dodd-Frank Act to prevent another financial crisis, House Republicans want to lay the foundation for the very next one. Let me explain how the Clarity Act clearly harms investors. First, the definition of digital commodity, which is the linchpin of the entire bill, is profoundly flawed. On first blush, it seems to exempt securities, but then the bill includes a so-called rule of construction, quote, rule of construction, which is an instruction to courts and agencies how to interpret the law that says no presumption shall exist that a digital asset or a digital commodity is a security merely because it offers voting rights, could appreciate with the effort of the decentralized governance systems arising in value because people actually use the blockchain network. In other words, the characteristics of a security that the Supreme Court has long recognized, all stripped out here. A crypto company can call what would have been a security today a, quote, digital commodity and walk away from the disclosure, anti-fraud, liability, and corporate governance protections that investors have relied on for 90 years. And it goes the other way, too. A blue chip company like Apple or Google could decide to issue tokens instead of stock on the blockchain and exempt themselves from the securities laws. In fact, it was just last week, the former chairman of the CFTC said, under this bill, companies would be free to do just that. Second, an issuer may self-certify, jam the SEC, and then escape all investor protections enforced by the SEC. SEC staff have called the line to review these so-called self-certifications unworkable given staffing levels and complexity of these arrangements. Third, does anyone not remember FTX and that fraud? This bill allows crypto exchanges to redirect their customers' funds for the benefit of the exchange.
I hope you're going to be able to summarize it and put the remainder of your statement in the record, as we're going way over time.
Madam Chair, I think Chairman Hill spoke for 9 minutes and 24 seconds, so Ms. Waters is still well under that.
Okay, we'll use that as the benchmark.
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Want me to keep you? Okay, thank you. Okay, third, does anyone not remember FTX and that fraud? This bill allows crypto exchanges to redirect their customers' funds for the benefit of the exchange. Moreover, an exchange can commingle customer assets and engage in proprietary trading under vague exceptions for convenience or operational needs or risk management. These are practices that enable FTX to commit billions of dollars of fraud, in which are banned by the U.S. securities laws. Fourth, there's a new exemption that allows anyone to raise up to $50 million per year from the public by issuing crypto without audited financial statements or even being required to use the funds for the crypto project. The last point I'll make on this bill is this. If Congress truly wanted the CFTC to regulate crypto, then we should at least give the agency the resources it needs to enforce the law. Instead of the Clarity Act gives only 4 years of funding to the CFTC to implement the bill, and no freestanding authority to go after fraud, market manipulation, or other investor-harming practices similar to the authorities the SEC has today. Likewise, the Genius Act creates the appearance of a federal framework for stablecoins, but does not provide the federal government with the authority to ensure all stablecoin issues comply with the law. The bill also creates risk for consumers who will be stuck in a lengthy bankruptcy process if a stablecoin ever fails. Without these protections, there will be devastating losses, not just for crypto consumers, but also for non-crypto investors who are trying to save for college, home ownership, retirement, and other milestones. Additionally, these bills endanger our national security. The Clarity Act does not address the illicit finance and other crimes commonly seen in the crypto space, since it does not provide nearly enough direction to agencies for the level of financial crimes and non-compliance expected for companies that bring significant risk of money laundering, terror finance, and fraud. Nor does it provide the funds for federal agencies to examine and enforce our national security laws. And the Genius Act leaves the door wide open for foreign firms that present a major national security threat, including targets of sanction, all to appease those in the Trump family's inner circle, which has ties to those shady entities. That is why I, along with other House Democrats, have submitted many amendments to these dangerous bills. One interesting point is that even Chairman Hill himself inserted language at the end of the so-called Clarity Act that actually amends the Senate-passed Genius Act. You may be asking why he would do that when both
Ms.
bills
Waters.
are before us today. He would just offer his
Ms.
amendments to the
Waters.
Genius Act.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. If I may, I will discontinue
We
this.
will accept your written statement.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Ms.
very much,
Scanlon,
Madam
you're
Chair.
recognized.
Thank you. I think we all are in agreement that Congress needs to pass meaningful crypto regulation, but we have some differences of opinion about whether or not the 3 financial services bills before us today meet the needs of the American people, and I don't think they do. We've seen repeatedly that the crypto industry is all too susceptible to financial risk, to fraud, to money laundering. And while investors should be allowed to invest where they want, including by owning crypto assets, the demonstrated potential for corruption and fraud and crime with crypto assets as presently configured, and the companies that facilitate crypto markets require that we establish some reasonable guardrails. I understand the pressure to wrap this hearing up before this evening's vote, but there's a pretty lengthy list of major scandals, crimes, and meltdowns in this industry. And I think it warrants us asking some tougher questions and not just accepting the bills before us, which bear all the signs of really having been written by the industry that they're supposed to be regulating. So I know our colleagues here are at least passingly familiar with some of the defining features of the crypto industry in recent years. So I would ask those considering whether to vote for these crypto bills, whether you're comfortable giving a free pass or free rein to an industry that routinely facilitates money laundering for Mexican drug cartels and terrorists, an industry that is the source of billions of dollars of investment fraud, and an industry that threatens the stability of our financial markets. Ranking Member Waters, if these crypto bills were to become law, what risks would investors face?
For that question. Investors will be suckers in the way that Trump has already shown us they can be. He made money on his first, was it meme coin? And the market makers, I believe, helped to drive up what looked like, the growth in the profits. But then they pulled the rug, and guess who got left hanging? The investors, investors who actually believed that because the President of the United States was involved, that they were going to make money and that it would be legit. Let me just say, I do not blame everybody on either side of the aisle because they have not been explained. They really don't know these bills. They have not been explained what they're all about. Many of the huge resources that have been invested in the crypto owners having their way didn't even describe to those who were beneficiaries what the bills were and what they do. And so investors stand to lose. As I said, I've been through what happened in the United States when we had the big meltdown, when all of the fraudulent or bills came through the bank system, and people thought they were going to own a home without the increase in interest rates rising on them, et cetera, et cetera. I know how dangerous this can be. And so it is investors who will lose their investments. They will lose their 401ks. They will lose their homes. They will lose everything messing around with this fraudulent, corrupt administration that is bringing before the Congress of the United States brazenly something that only allows the President of the United States, in connection with foreign companies, to do what we see happening now. I just explained FTX. You all remember FTX. Well, you think that's bad? You watch what would happen if, in fact, we let these bills be passed. So I hope that answers your question.
I think so. Thank you. I appreciate that. I also appreciate the work you've done to highlight the meme tokens, the cryptocurrencies that are being sold or traded by individuals associated with the Trump White House and his family, and the opportunities for self-dealing and corruption that those ventures could facilitate. How does it appear that crypto is being used to get access to this administration? Can you tell us a little bit about what's going on there and why that is troubling?
Well, just as I referenced, and I think Mr. McGovern referenced, Abu Dhabi with $2 billion, why did he have to go to the Trump stablecoins? Because they want the relationship. They want the identification. And so Trump knows that being identified as something that appears that this government is in support of, that he can get all of these billionaires and entities from foreign countries coming to him and investing in his memes and the Bitcoins and all that his family is involved in. And so, again, not only will investors lose, not only will this country lose, not only will we all perhaps be faced with a day of regret if these bills pass. They're dangerous, and they should not be supported. I know that my colleague here, Mr. Hill, he said, you know, look, we've got to have disclosure. What is that, after the fact? I don't know what that is. But I know that he's trying. He's tried his best, even with the amendment that I alluded to, but it's not good enough. It won't work. It won't save us from the corrupt administration and what they're doing.
Well, I appreciate that, and I think the ranking member, Mr. McGovern, has already pointed out the fact that the Genius Act actually has a special carve-out for Trump's stablecoin in the section that prevents the use of misleading names. So I think we've noted that. I did want to ask one other question. We're also looking at HR 1919, the Anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act, which tries to prevent the federal government from even considering the idea of a digital currency. And that seems to be from some fear of the government being able to track movements through digital currency, despite the fact that we've heard that a digital currency could be very useful for small businesses, for individuals who then won't have to pay credit card companies and other companies as they each take their cut at every step of the way. But I do find it odd, and I was wondering what you thought about the fact that our colleagues are paranoid about a digital currency leading to a surveillance state, but at the same time, they're not showing any concern about the Trump administration contracting with Palantir to consolidate people's data and privacy. I mean, we've heard that this is supposed to help protect privacy in our financial work, but we're seeing this administration make huge inroads in privacy by collecting data from the IRS and Treasury and Social Security, et cetera. Can you speak to that at all?
Well, you know, I'm having a bit of airplane ears, but I think what you just alluded to is the impact of what is happening with this administration on other aspects of our society and government. And you alluded to Social Security and the taxes and all of that. Well, this is huge. This is big, and that's a very good question, because in addition to the corruption that we're so aptly identifying here, all of the fallout could happen in so many different ways. I am absolutely worried about the fact that the President of the United States does not have any respect for any independent agency whatever. He can interfere. And it appears that not only does he have a cabinet that is not equipped in any shape, form, or fashion to do and carry out the responsibilities that they have, but in addition to that, there is fear. There is so much fear in this country right now. Fear from those he's appointing, fear from members of Congress, fear that they're going to somehow be victims of the revenge that he has promised. He has promised revenge. He is going after the Department of Justice right now. Former justice leadership is being undermined, being followed, being trailed by this administration. And Trump makes no excuse. He doesn't try to hide it at all. So it doesn't matter. I expect that he's going to know everything about our bank accounts. He's going to know everything about our property. He's going to know everything about our taxes. Nothing is protected from him anymore. All of government, all of the ways that we conduct our lives, between here and Elon Musk, where there's still some concerns about Elon Musk and what happened in Pasadena. I mean, not Pasadena, but in Pennsylvania, where the president himself alluded to the fact that they won because Elon Musk knew all about how to deal with this technology. I'm afraid of them. Everybody should be afraid of them. And it doesn't matter whether it, again, is Social Security, whether it's your taxes, what is your privacy in any way. I hope that gets to what you were alluding to.
I think people do have reasonable expectation of privacy in their data, and that's something that Congress should be protecting every day and not allowing this data to be used and abused and misused for purposes for which it's not intended. Certainly, one might call that the weaponization of the government. And I also take to heart your comment about the fact that people are now in fear of our government. That's not a position that we've had in this country before, but it's certainly something I hear every day when I'm home, that people are afraid of the actions of our government, and that's not how the U.S. became a shining light to the rest of the world. So I do share that concern, and I thank you for your testimony. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Norman, you're recognized.
I think it's interesting to sit here and listen to all these attacks on a man that made his money in the private sector. He didn't make it by getting a government paycheck. A man who saved this country from a rogue country like Iran, when you had a president in Joe Biden who gave cash to a country like Iran. I think it's funny that no questions were asked during the Biden administration. What about the LLCs? What about the money from China? What about the checks from his brother? You talking about corruption? What about the 3 houses with pools that he owns? We all make $174,000. And how did he do that? I mean, it's really hypocritical my good friends on the left would not support Donald Trump if he cured cancer, Alzheimer's, and gave life to people. They would not give this man credit for what he's done for this country. And it's getting old. The only fear, Ms. Waters, and I like you, you're and I good friends. The only fear Americans had was that Joe Biden or Kamala Harris would be elected, and 77 million people said, no, it's not going to happen. That's the only fear the Americans had. But it's so hypocritical to jump on a man that's doing salary back. And you criticize him, he deserves a lot more credit than y'all are giving him, but it's not going to change, so it is what it is. Chairman Hill, do you want to respond to some of these comments?
Be happy to, Mr. Norman. Thank you for the opportunity to do that. First, there was an assertion made by Ranking Member Waters that somehow the Vice President and the President were carved out of these bills for ethics purposes. That is a constitutional issue that affects all government ethics laws, and let me be clear about that. Ethics in Government Act 1978, among other federal ethics statutes, requires executive branch officials, including the President and Vice President, to publicly and annually disclose their financial interests, which we've talked about here. While not all ethics remediation regulations apply to the President and the Vice President, in practice, activities related to the issuance, ownership, and transaction in digital commodities that would involve reportable activities will be required under this bill. 2 ways in clarity. First, just like 68 people voted for in the Senate, a similar rule of construction that was ingenious is in clarity, which confirms that all existing federal ethics requirements imposed on public officials continue to apply to activities in digital commodities. And then in clarity, we added Section 412, a new prohibition on trading digital commodities and other tradable assets, which include meme coins, NFTs, and other collectibles, which violate the ethics or campaign finance obligations of public officials. Plus, on top of that, both the CFTC and the SEC have the full ability to investigate people for anti-manipulation in the markets and fraud. So this bill is about protecting American citizens, no matter who they are, and allowing investors and innovation here to come back to the United States. And I would say that's the way Congress should work. And Mrs. Waters has very, I think, persuasively talked about the dangers in the 2008 financial crisis and Congress's reaction. And she was our chair of the Financial Services Committee during the FTX crisis. This bill directly responds to the challenges and regulatory gaps in FTX. In fact, the former general counsel testified before the House. If we had clarity, this was before your committee, Mr. Thompson, if we had had Clarity Act in place, we would not have seen the FTX collapse because we have strict regulatory guidelines and we close the regulatory gaps that exist now under SEC and CFTC procedures. And I would yield to my friend, Mr. Thompson, if he wants to add to that point.
Yeah, let me just broaden that point just a bit. Mr. Miller, who Mr. Hill was making reference to was actually leading the U.S. FTX portion. It was actually that portion of FTX that was registered in the United States. Specifically, it was FTX, U.S. FTX derivatives. And so that portion, U.S. FTX derivatives, was regulated and had oversight by CFTC. No problems. No commingled money, no stealing of money. And FTX did. They robbed a lot of people, over $8 billion that was lost because FTX, the rest of FTX was parked offshore in a Caribbean island. And so, you know, FTX makes the case why these, specifically, clarity is so important to do, to provide that clear definitions, clear regulatory oversight. You know, we hear people talk about what was dangerous. What is dangerous is being stuck in the past when it comes to financial services and, quite frankly, digital assets. It is not the future. It is here today. I guess we could debate the number. It's about, my understanding is about $3 trillion around the world in terms of digital assets. And every country in the world wants a piece of that. China wants to be able to be the home of what we refer to as Internet 3.0 or Web 3.0, which is the Internet of value. The United States has always been really sitting in the leadership seat. Internet 1.0, which is the Internet of knowledge. Internet 2.0, which is the Internet of things. Internet 3.0 is what we're talking about today. And to do nothing is really to surrender. And most countries around the world are trying to secure this position. We cannot allow that to happen. That is what is dangerous, not taking action, not recognizing that digital assets are here, and really these bills, and specifically in our jurisdiction, it's the Clarity Act, is first and foremost, the principle is protecting consumers. And we do that with this bill. The whole USD is really kind of an interesting discussion when Chairman Hill really pointed out nicely that is a term it's a general term that is used all across the world. And so this is not about the president. This is about a standard use of language. I appreciate the gentleman yielding.
Yeah, I would also, Mr. Norman, suggest that there was an assertion made that somehow the Bank Secrecy Act and anti-money laundering laws are not contemplated in these bills. Again, absolutely false. Under both the CFTC and the SEC, they're treated, any entity, an intermediary operating in digital commodities or digital tokens under the SEC or the CFTC would be treated as a financial institution, and they're treated to the same standard of the anti-money laundering laws. And there's another assertion that somehow there's no disclosure or audit standards for someone raising capital around a token provision. That's also not true. The bill contains full SEC oversight for issuing the amount of financial disclosure, the type of financial disclosure, the requirement for auditing, and how the exemption in fundraising would work. So let me, Mr. Davis, anything you'd want to add on these topics before I yield back to Mr. Norman?
I would simply say that in clarity, the Clarity Act, it would clearly put in place, and again, going to the commodity side with CFTC, the registration process, with the registration process itself. It would then bring forth the Anti-Money Laundering, Bank Secrecy Act. We're talking about even going through the process of disclosure, reporting. So these are the things I'm looking at, and these are provisions, I believe. One thing we really maybe didn't touch on specifically, but it addresses commingling of dollars. So I just want to bring forth, and what we must agree on is, and I think I've heard this, some sort of structure is needed.
And I'll just quickly, Tom Member's bill, anti-surveillance, CBDC, want to comment quickly on that, Chairman Hill?
Well, just look, the payments innovations in our country have been driven by the private sector over decades and decades, and we already have enough of a Fourth Amendment privacy concern of American citizens with data collection from the federal government now. You and I have seen that in our work on the Financial Services Committee about the stock trading and all stock portfolios under CAT at the SEC, or collection of everyone's credit card information and all transactions by the CFPB. This puts Americans' data at risk, and that's why Whip Emmer has proposed we don't want a central bank digital currency, which is where you, an individual citizen of America, would actually bank at the Fed. The risk of your data being seen and exposed to the government directly on how you're conducting your private affairs is obviously exposed there. And that's what people's concerns are about privacy, when the best place is to have the private sector innovate here. A dollar-backed payment stablecoin is a tokenized payment issued by a private sector entity and fully regulated under the laws we're talking about today to protect privacy, to protect consumer interest, to protect illicit finance. And having the private sector is the way to go, and we don't need to have the government going into the direct banking business for consumers.
Well, thank each one of you. Maxine, thank you. Thank you all for taking the time. I yield back.
Thank you, and I appreciate the responses from our members, particularly clarifying as clearly as you possibly can any false statements that are being made. Thank you. As we cannot conclude before votes, we're going to recess until the end of the last vote. My understanding is they're going to close the first vote after 20 minutes. Let's see if they're going to do that correctly. No, I mean, yeah, I'll make a bet they won't close it after 20 minutes if you want to bet the other way. But just okay. But thank you all very much. I ask the panel if they would please return at the end of the last vote. The committee will come to order. Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the witnesses for your testimony today on this important subject and the bills that the House will be considering here in the coming days. Chairman Hill, welcome back. The last time you were here, I think we were verbally jousting at 4 in the morning on the markup of the reconciliation bill about a month and a half ago. So anyway, welcome back. Good to see you. Safe to say there are a lot of opinions in the American public regarding cryptocurrencies, meme coins, stable coins, the like. If a constituent back in Arkansas came up to you and said, you know, I think that these meme coins they're highly volatile or they're based on thin air, that would not be a view you would share, I assume.
I think generally that a meme coin or a NFT or a collectible is literally that. It is something that's not expected to make a profit. It's not a security. It's not considered a commodity. This is a decision that the SEC made under Chairman Gensler's chairmanship, and therefore I wouldn't offer any view of a value on it, nor would I like a magazine cover or a limited edition art print somebody bought many, many years ago. It's not covered by the securities laws. But in this bill, we do add in the commodity title in section 412, we actually capture digital commodities and non-tradable things or collectibles or meme coins for purposes of two things. One, if a intermediary exchange wanted to list that, they'd be under strict regulation. They'd have to have listing standards. They'd have to have a high degree of confidence in what is the mission of that meme coin or the purpose of that meme coin to even make the listing. That does not exist today at all, period, full stop. And secondly, it would be captured under the CFTC's anti-manipulation, anti-fraud provisions as well. So that is a big step forward on disclosure and consumer protection in my view.
Thank you, thank you. What if, kind of similar question, if a constituent just described cryptocurrency in general using that same language that I described to you about, you know, based out of thin air, very volatile, that you wouldn't agree with that sentiment?
Well, I think this is the whole issue. It's why you don't ever really hear me frequently in public talk about cryptocurrency or crypto generally. I use the word digital assets because I think it captures something that could be considered a cryptocurrency, which some would consider Bitcoin, which is a commodity determined by the federal courts to be a commodity regulated by the CFTC, or a U.S. dollar-backed stable coin, which could be called a cryptocurrency because it's a tokenized payment in dollar form. And that's why I use the term digital assets when I talk to constituents and ask questions like, when you say crypto to the constituent, what do you mean? What are you referring to? Sure. Because in our colloquial...
Not that generalization.
Our colloquial generalization across our society, all these things are crypto per se, and many are called cryptocurrency, sure, even if they're not even performing a currency or transaction.
The reason I use that language,
yes,
and I want to talk a bit about the central banking digital currency, but that wasn't my language, so I want to be very clear. President Trump, right, in July of 2019, is quoted as describing cryptocurrency as, quote, highly volatile and based on thin air. And there are similar quotes that he had made in the ensuing years about digital currencies and a variety of those that you've described. His tune has clearly changed on that, and I believe that the reason that he has changed his views with respect to cryptocurrency more broadly is clearly he is financially benefiting to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars, him and his family, which we'll get into. And so that I asked you that particular question because I just wanted to kind of get your sense as to whether you had been sort of following the change of approach, change of mind, the evolution, if you will, that President Trump clearly has adopted in the last several years. Central digital currency, or central bank digital currency, I should say. And I want to give you an opportunity to kind of explain here, because previously, in response to a question that was posed, I got this distinct sense from you that you were very against a central bank digital currency, right? That's why you're supporting Mr. Emmer's legislation. And
I think really going back to 2018, I began doing research and exploring this. Bill Foster, a good member of our Congress from Illinois, and I wrote the IMF. We've written several central banks about this over the years, explaining how would it work, how would they use it, what's the purpose of it. I went to the Bank of England many years ago to talk to them about the research they had done on a central bank digital pound. We reviewed all those IMF records. Ranking Member Waters was then the committee chair in those years, and we had testimony during the Libra situation where Facebook tried to create their own Facebook-based stablecoin. We didn't use that term then, but their idea was it would be a digital representation. And it's really over that time that I found in my due diligence, and as I say, I won't speak for Dr. Foster, but we've carried on this. We met extensively with the Fed, both Chairman Powell and former Vice Chairman Lael Brainerd about it. And it's come to my conclusion that it's best to have the private sector be involved in this new payment rail, a dollar-backed payment stable coin. That will be the way to see how our market economy here in the U.S. adopts to that payment rail, and that it's very premature to think about a central bank digital currency, number one. Number two, I don't know in a big developed economy like ours that it's even necessary based on my due diligence. So over the years since 2018, I've come to the conclusion, as I've seen the private sector market move, that it's in a much better position, and you have less
Mr. Chairman, on that
surveillance risk
I want to give you full opportunity to be able to answer, so I'm not interrupting you. And I do think, I think, at least I'm getting the sense that you are conceding that your views have changed. And that's, I guess, what I was...
No, absolutely not. The letter that Bill and I wrote...
Okay, so I'll read to you...
I know what
Yeah, I'll read you a quote,
is.
and then you can respond. So, okay, this is from that hearing with Mr. Zuckerberg, right? This is posted on your website. This is in 2019. Quote, let's talk about digital currency. Dr. Foster and I also sent a letter to Chairman Powell at the Federal Reserve about the idea of a digital dollar. My interest in that was actually raised by Mr. David Marcus in his testimony. Wouldn't it be easier if there was a digital token that was a U.S. dollar, for that to simply be the digital token that you're looking for, and is noted here that you don't go and try to create something separate? Now, again, that's the end quote. I'm not...
That's not remotely contradictory with the point of view I've done. It's an example of watching Marcus attempt to create that, and it's not one way or the other, and it's not whether my views are evolved or not. The whole market has changed since 2018 and 2019, including the work, the work of Facebook.
I hear you. I guess, are you against a central bank digital currency today? Am I wrong?
Yes, because I don't think it's necessary in our economy to pursue that, having a central government approach
I understand
where
your
we bank at
rationale.
the Fed.
I recognize and understand your rationale, but that quote that I just read does not sound like someone who is dispositively against the central bank digital currency.
That was at the first time we were meeting with central banks and others talking about it, and we were discussing it. That's me doing due diligence, Mr. Nui.
We'll characterize your views respectfully in different ways. The bill today that we're considering, the Genius Act, I should say one of the bills we're considering, under the Genius Act, is it your position that a member of Congress can issue a payment stable coin during their time in public service? The answer is no, right?
I would say no because of the House rules.
So
we
on
can't
page
be in
57,
business in the
on
House.
page 57 of your bill, it says, this is the rule of construction that you all have included, right? Quote, prohibit any member of Congress or senior executive branch official from issuing a payment stablecoin during their time in public service. So this isn't a trick question. That's the language in your bill. You agree, under this bill, your position is a member of the House can't issue a payment stablecoin.
That's true. That's
okay.
true. I agree.
And a member of the United States Senate can't issue a payment stablecoin, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the Secretary of State, Secretary Rubio, he can't issue a stablecoin, correct?
I believe I'm not an expert in that area of the
He's a
law,
senior
but I would
executive
agree. Yes,
official.
he's a senior executive official.
Correct. So the only people in the federal government of the United States under your bill who can issue a payment stablecoin are the Vice President of the United States and the President of the United States, right?
May I answer the question?
Yes.
This way, which is you weren't here when we discussed this earlier about the constitutionality.
I was here.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that you were here.
So is it your position that it's unconstitutional?
My position is that in the Ethics and Government Act of 1978, while not all ethics remediation regulations apply to the President and the Vice President, in practice, activities related to the issuance, ownership, and transactions in digital commodities that would involve reportable activities would be reported.
Correct, and that, I'm not asking about reporting activities.
But
I'm
this is
talking
the
about-
way,
let me finish my
the government
sentence.
ethics rules and laws work.
They exist today, correct. So I'm not asking you about reporting.
Yeah.
I'm asking you, is it legal for the President of the United States to issue a stable coin under this legislation? And it's one of two things. Either the answer is, yes, it is legal for him to do it under this bill, because this bill does not preclude him from doing so, or it's your position that it is illegal today under existing law. So one of those two answers is the answer to this question that Mr. McGovern was posing previously. I'm trying to understand if you can just tell us in this committee the rule pertaining to whether or not the President or the Vice President of the United States can issue a payment stablecoin. I know that you can't issue one. Ms. Waters can't issue one. Mr. Davis can't. Chairman Thompson, he can't either. No member of the Senate can. No senior executive official can. But under this bill, the President of the United States can, and the Vice President. Is it?
Yeah, I hesitate to repeat myself, but all this bill does is state out current law.
Okay.
As it relates to all players. And the current law does not make the representation you're talking about. And
Got
that's
it.
why-
Okay. So that's a helpful claratory point, or that clarifies. So your position is that under current law, French Hill can't issue a payment stablecoin as a member of Congress, right?
Because that's the laws of
Because
the
that's
Hou-
existing
rules
law.
of the House of Representatives.
Correct.
Prohibit that.
And a member of the Senate can't issue a payment stablecoin under current law, right?
Because of the ethics rules of the Senate.
Okay. And senior executive officials within the executive branch can't issue a payment stablecoin today.
Because of the Ethics in Government Act.
Correct. But the President of the United States can.
That's because the U.S. government law does not apply these kind of
And the
rules
question
in
is, why
detail
don't
to
we?
this.
I'm not asking, I understand your point. The point is, if we're saying that every other member of the federal government can't issue a payment stablecoin, wouldn't it be prudent to say that the person who is affiliated with the ownership of one of the largest stablecoins in the world, that he should be precluded too? I don't understand why
But
we're
of course,
banning
he's
everyone
not
else.
issuing it. He is an owner in a company that is.
He's an owner
And
in a
he's
company that
disclosing
is.
that under the House, under the government ethics.
I'm not
law.
asking about disclosure. I recognize, I hear your point about disclosure laws. But my point is, clearly we've decided that members of Congress, that it's not in the best interests of the constituents that you serve in Arkansas and that I
No,
serve in
these are
Colorado.
decisions made by previous Congress.
Correct, and I'm saying that in previous Congresses, they made the decision that it isn't in the best interest of the people of Arkansas or the people of Colorado for you or I to be issuing payment stablecoins. And you are reaffirming that. You've decided to include the rule of construction in this bill, I presume because you agree, because you think it's not a good idea for Maxine Waters to have her own payment stablecoin. I agree with you. And my point is, why are we not doing that for the one person in the federal government who seems to actually have a real ownership interest affiliated with a stablecoin? Isn't that convenient? Why wouldn't we add him? Why wouldn't we say the president and the vice president? Just add 4 words to this.
I'll make one other comment and ask Mr. Thompson if he'd like to comment. This was thoroughly debated in the Senate as a part of the Genius debate.
Sure.
And 68 senators agreed to the rule of construction you've just outlined.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm entitled to disagree with them.
Well,
This
the
isn't about
Democrats in the
partisanship for
Senate-
me. This isn't about how many Democrats or how many Republicans voted for it. I'm talking about the substance. What I am saying, do you know how large a market share stablecoin that President Trump is affiliated with? Do you know what the market share is?
No.
$2.2 billion. Would it surprise you to learn that World Liberty Financial, that stablecoin that we're referring to, is the 5th largest in the world? And it doesn't bother you at all that of all of the government officials that you have reaffirmed are barred from issuing a stablecoin or being affiliated with the issuance of a stablecoin during their service, that this one seems to be missing? That doesn't bother you?
Look, if you want to have consumer protection and clarity for investors and have the United States lead in financial technology, you should be supporting these bills because they are the regulatory framework, the enforcement framework, the anti-fraud framework, the anti-manipulation.
This is the part that I guess it frustrates me, Mr. Hills, because I know you're passionate about this. Okay, I recognize we debated Fit 21 last year. I remember that debate. You have clearly spent a great deal of time invested in thinking through these issues. So I take your point about consumer protections. I believe there needs to be a regulatory
Did you
structure.
offer an amendment
So
last year? Excuse me, did you offer an
Mr.
amendment
Chairman, I'm not
last
done with
year
my
to-
statement, and then I'll let you have an opportunity, okay? My point is that I'm not asking you about the consumer protections or the safeguards or the regulatory structure. This was a very simple ethics issue regarding the President of the United States. And to your point, I think the question you're going to pose to me is that I advocate for, I don't know if the Genius Act was considered, but essentially advocate during Fit 21 or any of those other debates to add the President or the Vice President of the United States to this particular language. I don't know that we've ever had a President of the United States or a Vice President of the United States. Actually, I don't want to impugn the Vice President. I don't believe he has a stable coin. We've never had a President of the United States affiliate with a company or own a company that owns, or rather has issued a payment stable coin. So this circumstance is completely unprecedented. And my point is, why not just add those 4 words and move on? That's my point, is that you put so much work and effort into building out a regulatory structure. And I don't know how we can proceed knowing that the person who perhaps stands to gain the most is the President of the United States in terms of his private financial interests. And I believe that if this were a president of another political party, if Joe Biden owned World Liberty Financial, issued a payment stablecoin that had a market cap of $2.2 billion, that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would say, you know what, maybe we ought to add language in here that says the President of the United States shouldn't be able to issue a payment stablecoin. That if the rule is good enough for members of Congress, for you, for me, for Chairwoman Fox, I'm sure there's plenty of people out there who would love to have be able to access a stablecoin issued by Chairwoman Fox. But she doesn't get to do that, as you said, under existing law or under this legislation, which reaffirms that law. And I'm simply saying Donald Trump shouldn't either. That's my point. But I understand that my colleagues disagree with me on that. So,
If I may?
Sure.
Sure.
If the Chairwoman will indulge me, but yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
I appreciate it. We're talking about areas of jurisdiction.
What was that?
Areas of jurisdiction. What we have applied has been existing law. We haven't changed existing law in terms of ethics, in terms of financial campaign finances, or any of that. We've applied the existing law into these pieces of legislation. So government ethics laws are the jurisdiction of the Oversight Committee, who are not a part of this bill. That is within their jurisdiction. If we need them in the room to discuss.
Let's do it.
To discuss
I'm sure they can come here.
changes to those laws. They wouldn't, which is what my Democratic friends seem to be asking for. This bill, as Chairman Hill has said numerous times, is about protecting a broad marketplace.
This language is not.
Any change to add President, Vice
Sir,
President.
that is incorrect.
Would require
I'll just clarify
government
this.
oversight.
That is incorrect.
Mr. Neguse, would you not interrupt the witnesses when they're trying to answer a question? Thank you.
Go ahead.
I think he was concluded, and that was why. So thank you, Chairman, or Chairman Thompson, I should say. Are you complete? So I hear what you're saying about restating existing law, Chairman Hill and I, had that exchange. The language here, and the staff can correct me if I'm wrong on this, the rule of construction, the language that, and I'll quote it again, prohibit any member of Congress or senior executive branch official from issuing a payment stablecoin during their time in public service. That is this Congress's, or the committee's, construction, their interpretation of existing law. That language, the language I just quoted, that does not appear in the organic statute that it's referencing. And Chairman Hill or your staff can correct me if I'm wrong on that. Essentially what you're saying, what this legislation purports to say is, here's a rule of construction, ethics laws govern this circumstance, and we are suggesting that it should be construed in this way, to suggest that nobody should be able to issue a payment stablecoin if you're a member of Congress, member of the House, member of the Senate, or senior executive official. But honestly, even if that weren't the case, the point is, we could change the law. And I guess that's it would take nothing to adopt Ms. Waters' amendment that adds 4 words to this bill that makes clear that the president and the vice president, any vice president, that they don't issue stablecoins. That's it. So I thank the chairwoman.
Mr. Neguse. Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm fine with 1919 and 3633. I have serious reservations about Senate Bill 1582. I guess the Senate language is clear that it is not to be regulated as a security. Is that correct, Mr. Hill?
That a stable coin is not?
Yes.
That's correct.
Is it regulated as a commodity?
It's regulated as a dollar-backed stable coin. It's not treated as either.
Okay. So if it's a dollar-backed stable coin.
It's as a payment device.
But a dollar-backed stable coin would indicate that if I have issued $1 billion worth of the stable coin, that I have $1 billion in cash to back it up.
Correct.
And so is that the way it would work? I have $1 billion in cash in an account, and therefore I can issue $1 billion worth of stable coins?
A stable coin would be backed by 100% of U.S. Treasury bills, Treasury notes with a maturity of less than 93 days, insured bank deposits, which would include like a short set of CDs, overnight Treasury repo. So it is meant to be dollar for dollar as a payment vehicle for use on a blockchain payment.
Okay. So who is going to guarantee that the dollars are in the account?
Each of the issuers is regulated in the Genius Act if it's a bank issuer, they'll be regulated by their bank primary regulator. If it's a non-bank issuer permitted under the Act, it'd be regulated by the Federal Reserve. And each month, there's a rolling reserve analysis of the dollar-for-dollar security. That's attested to by the CFO and CEO of the stablecoin issuer. They have a regular set of regulatory inspections by their primary dealer, and they have an annual audit.
So if I'm a state-regulated bank and I'm going to issue stable coins, then it's going to be a state regulator that is going to regulate.
Well, the primary regulator for a state bank, state member bank is the Fed, and a state non-member bank is the FDIC.
Okay. So now the FDIC and the Fed are going to have to be set up to regulate all of the stable coins.
Well, the Fed particularly, and I think that's one of the logics why the Genius Act has the Fed involved, is because the Federal Reserve has been the primary payment regulator, for decades in the country. So they're very used to regulating payments because banks are involved in making payments, complying with all the regulations governing payments on a regular basis.
I guess, I was in business for a long time. I watched as AAA-rated insurance companies went down from time to time, as runs on investments take things down, and then the investors take tremendous losses when that happens in some cases. In other cases, other people step in and stop the losses. I don't pretend to understand the whole crypto thing or the stablecoin thing. To me, it's very Pokemonish, for lack of better terminology. But I would just tell you, I respect you, Mr. Hill, but I don't have a comfort level with the Genius Act at this stage, and there's no reason for continuing to take everyone's time in this meeting. Happy to meet with you at some other point, but I'm not prepared to support that.
Yeah, be happy to meet with you. Would love to have your specific questions about it.
I don't understand it so bad that I don't even know what questions to ask, is what I would tell you, Mr. Hill. I would feel very much better about it if it'd gone through the House committee.
Well, this has gone, starting in 2022, Mrs. Waters, Mr. McHenry have held hearings and exchanged text and worked on text about dollar-backed stable coins. It's something that we marked up in the committee last year. And then Bill Hagerty introduced the Genius Act in the last Congress, in October of the 118th Congress. And this year, both the House and the Senate have reviewed stablecoin text. They've worked hard to make that text very, very similar. It's not identical, but we've had hearings on it extensively in this Congress.
But once this bill passes, it's going to become the law if it comes through here like this. Like, you know, the last piece of legislation, we passed it through the House, went to the Senate, went through a big committee process, and there were changes made, and then there was an acceptance back to the House. I don't like the Senate telling us we have to take their legislation without any changes to it. I don't mind telling you that. I don't think that's the way it's supposed to work. That said, Madam Chair, I'll yield what time I don't have left. Thank you.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the entire panel. And I think it's interesting because the entire panel is bringing issues about is it important for us to get involved in this regulation? I think every single one of you from Ranking Member Waters down agrees that this is important, right? But I guess what I'm struggling with is the failure of the bills to address the underlying issue of potential and potentially very real corruption. Right? We never have had, in the history of the United States, a president who in the mere span of 6 months has increased his wealth by $620 million because of, I will use your term, Chairman, assets, digital assets, right? Because of digital assets. Which then raises the question of, given that there is this potential, and given the fact that there is a potential of difficulty of tracking it, why wouldn't we take this opportunity to do what Congress is supposed to do? Is say, we're not here to just say, as my colleague from Colorado was trying to point out, oh, but that's what's always been the case. It's like, no, this is brand new, so maybe we need brand new guardrails and statements. And I'm reading an article from the Bloomberg News, which says that Trump's crypto link with Binance raises conflict of interest questions. And this is as an example, right? Apparently, the founder, Binance's founder and principal owner, Changpeng Zhao, if I'm saying it correctly, has applied for a pardon. And the reason he needs a pardon is because he pleaded guilty in 2023 to failing to maintain an effective anti-money laundering program. His exchange paid more than $4 billion in penalties after authorities accused it of allowing money to, open quote, flow to terrorists, cyber criminals, and child abusers. Child abusers. So this is something that should be concerning, when you have the UAE giving $2 billion to I'm going to say his name all wrong, who is seeking a pardon from Trump, and Trump is benefiting from this money that's being put in his Bitcoin. So it's like one of those things where there is huge potential for corruption, and we have a chance now to address it. And so I guess if that's the case, there was this amendment that Ranking Member Waters brought. Why didn't you support that amendment, Chairman? I mean, it was a simple thing to add the president to the list of entities that shouldn't be engaging in this behavior and this activity of the assets, the digital assets.
Well, what we've done for 4 years, 2 years under the Biden administration, and the few months of this administration, is craft exactly the kind of regime that will stop bad behavior in and around digital assets. That's why the Clarity Act, the Genius Act are essential. It's why it has strong bipartisan support over the last 3 years as we've crafted this, so that things like what's happened in Binance or what happened in FTX, as eloquently outlined by Mrs. Waters, can't happen again, that we don't put our investors at risk or our consumers at risk. That's the whole concept behind this framework, and by having highly regulated payment stablecoins and market structure that close the regulatory gaps, close the manipulation gaps, close the fraud gaps, close the lack of disclosure gaps. So I yield back to you.
Thank you so much. I don't see that there's anything in this bill that closes the ability of the President of the United States to engage in business raking in $620 million. And I guess Ranking Member Waters, you have, what comments would you like to make on this debate?
I have an amendment that's germane to this bill. And in all of the conversations and presentations that have gone on here today, whether you want to talk about the 100 ways that we could have created the kind of safety handrails or whatever you want to call them, the one thing that stands out above everything else is the president is definitely in conflict of interest. This is corruption in its finest form. The president of the United States, in the short term that he's been here, has enriched himself and his family. And it's very simple. For those people who believe that members of Congress should not be able to own a crypto, what is it about their thinking that would say, but the president and the vice president can? And I know that we have this amendment. We could do it very easily, but we're not going to do it. What is this? It does not make good sense. And they cannot justify in any shape, form, or fashion why, if they agree with us that this is corruption, if they agree with us that this is conflict of interest, if they agree with us that the president is using the office of the presidency to enrich himself and surround himself with billionaires that want to be close to him, why is it we don't stop it right now? Go ahead with the bill and talk about why you like it. But this one issue, it overrides everything. Either you're willing to stop the corruption by the President of the United States, or you're not. That's it.
And I think that the point is, you don't even need to say that the president is engaging in corruption. If you don't want to say that about the president, you don't have to say it. What you can say is, we want to remove the doubt. We want to remove the doubt that any elected official would act in any way but in the public's interest and not in his or her own financial interest. That's why we have the bills that we have. That's why we have, I saw Seth Magaziner in here earlier, and I know he's got a bill of which I am a co-sponsor with Representative Roy White. Representative Roy and Magaziner, a bipartisan bill to say we should not engage in stock trading. I'm president, right? So that way we remove the appearance, the concern, the worry about a conflict of interest and about corruption. It's easy enough to do. You don't need to say he's engaging in it. You need to say the public wants to know he is not. So let's do it now. And I think that that's what your amendment does. Right?
I think you're.
Nobody should.
Yeah.
Nobody should be making money. Nobody should be selling their pardons. Nobody should be doing that. It's a simple fix.
You're absolutely right, and you put it very simply.
And I think
that's
that-
all it takes.
And I think the chair of the Agricultural Committee has asked if I give him some time.
I thank the gentlelady. I just want to share some words with you. Crypto's meant for both Democrats and Republicans. Certainly, that was the case in the House of Representatives because there are allies of the crypto industry on both sides of the aisle in the House, and that was reflected in the crypto industry's engagement. I think the best thing that can happen in terms of moving forward is that we arrive at a bipartisan solution in terms of legislation that is pending in Congress, because that is the only way for it to be sustainable. At this point, crypto is not partisan. Donald Trump is a separate problem that has to be addressed, but when you take away that piece of it, which is a very important piece, I think substantially figuring out how we arrive at a bipartisan resolution of the crypto issues that are currently pending before Congress is what will best serve the American people and also best serve an appropriately regulated industry that allows for innovation but also has guardrails to protect the American consumer. And I say I share words. They're not my words. They're the words of Minority Leader Jeffries.
Okay, so I think that this still ignores the question that we are asking, that the ranking member has asked, that my colleague from Colorado and I have asked, as well as Mary Gay, which is the issue of this bill we could vote, right? So another way to do that is to do the regulatory. It's the issue of making sure that the provisions which prevent a member of Congress or a cabinet secretary from engaging and owning and selling and creating crypto and digital assets apply to every elected official. So I would welcome having that amendment so that people could vote on it on the floor of the House. I mean, this is like what this Rules Committee is supposed to be about. This is, the Rules Committee, when people ask me what it does, it should be like making sausage, right? People talk about how the, legislature is messy, it's making sausage. Well, maybe somebody wants to say, let's put this spice in, let's put this salt in, let's not kill this stuff. Let's allow a vote on her amendment, which would simply apply the same laws and rules to the president as the two committees of jurisdiction have been willing to apply to us. We're also elected. He's also elected. She's also elected. Whoever serves us in the future is elected. Is there anything else you want to add, Ranking Member Rogers?
I suppose that my question may not be directed to you, but to the chair. Is an amendment in order?
We've not made those decisions yet.
It would be nice if it were. I think it would be in the interest of increasing, we need the public to believe in the work we do in a way that it's not motivated by self-interest, and that's why that kind of amendment would make a lot of sense. Now the ranking member.
I would just say it could be. The Rules Committee could make it in order. But this Rules Committee has presided over the most closed Congress in history. We've had more closed rules than any other Congress. And we're on, and last year they broke their record of being the most closed Congress in history. So the Rules Committee, unfortunately, has become a place where democracy goes to die. So the answer to your question is yes, it could be made in order, but I wouldn't hold your breath.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yeah, happy to.
I think you clarified that it could be made in order, but one cannot expect that it will be. And I am very interested in what I just heard from Mr. Scott. And so I'm not giving up on the possibility. We heard very Republican conservative member say he doesn't know what this is all about. He doesn't understand any of this, and it doesn't make good sense to him. So I would not rule out the fact that if, in fact, this amendment was taken up, there may be members who have heard things today who understand more about this bill, who understand the corruption, who understand the way that the president has enriched himself in 6 months. They may be thinking different than you've ever heard before.
Well, I can guarantee you that the Democrats will offer amendments, and we will find out whether or not there's some flexibility here. But as we're waiting, I'll go across the street to church and light a candle just to see whether or not we can get any help to try to persuade people. But I thank the gentlelady. I yield back.
With that, Madam Chair, I will also yield.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Mr. Griffith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too have concerns, as my friend, the gentleman from Georgia laid out, trying to figure it out and get there. But first, let me go through a couple little things. We keep talking about history and all this, and somehow this bill has become all about, in the minds of our colleagues, has become all about the president. I've read through the bill. I still have some questions on it. But this bill is not about the president of the United States. And I've heard some things thrown around about in history and making money while president. And so I took an occasion to check on some things that I had in the back of my mind. And I will tell you, Madam Chair, that George Washington was a big proponent of the Potomac River. It became the Potomac River and Ohio Canal Company. He was president of that, as well as the James River Company, which would later be the James River and Canal Company. He was president of both those companies before he was president, and that was the big thing then. That was the big new thing, building canals for transportation internally. And so he was heavily involved in those, and then when he became president, he maintained his involvement, although he stepped back as president, but he was still interested in the companies, and in fact, during his presidency, gave what today wouldn't seem like a lot of money, $20,000, to Liberty Hall Academy. Liberty Hall Academy then changed its name because it was the largest gift, I believe, at that time in the history of the United States to an educational institution. It changed its name to Washington Academy. It would today be known as Washington Lee University. I'm a graduate of that institution, and I received benefits from Washington's money when I was there because it was such a large sum of money at the time that it is still benefiting the students of the university. And so, you know, I don't know what President Trump will do with his money, but the bottom line is that this is not a historical first, Madam Chair. It is something that has been out there, and as the Chairman Hill has said on numerous occasions, this bill just tracks the existing law, and as you may have heard me say before, Madam Chair, that we had an old saying when I was in the Virginia House of Delegates, when people would get upset about something that was part of the existing law and they wanted to insert it into somebody else's bill, and the saying was, well, and it was from my friend Terry Kilgore of Scott County, he would say, well, you might have a point, but get your own bill. So I would say to my colleagues, if you're concerned about that section of the bill that tracks the current law, focus on, I mean, this is not a small bill. It's a number of pages. It took me a long time to get through it as I was reading through it. I would just say, focus on what the bill's really about, and there are questions there that have to be answered. I'm not disagreeing with my colleagues on the other side. There's some questions, but if it's all about the president, that you're concerned about those sections, get your own bill and we'll take a look at it. All right, Mr. Chairman Hill, here's one of the questions I have, and I think I know the answer, but I want to get confirmation. If a bank or credit union issues a stable coin, and the bank or credit union is covered by the FDIC or other, the credit unions have a slightly different organization, and somebody goes and they buy some of the stable coin issued by that bank, we'll go with the banks because I know that's FDIC and the credit unions have a similar organization. Is that stable coin covered by the protections and the insurance from the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation?
I thank the gentleman from Virginia for his comment. I might just make a brief comment on his references to the Ethics in Government Act of 1978. Think about Congress debating that bill just 4 years after Richard Nixon resigned in disgrace, and yet they purposely chose not to include the president and the vice president in every aspect of the Office of Government Ethics that they created. So I agree with you. If people want to amend the office or the Ethics in Government Act, then we ought to have a process for that, take witnesses and see what changes can be made. To your question, thank you for it. The Genius Act stipulates that payment stablecoins are not insured by the FDIC. Banks may not make representations that a stablecoin is guaranteed by the U.S. government or covered by the FDIC. Payment stablecoins are fundamentally different than bank deposits. It's literally like saying the bank has a credit card, the bank has a debit card. It's a new payment mechanism. And so the answer to your question is no, a bank or a credit union that does issue a payment stablecoin will do that through a subsidiary with strict separate capital rules governing the one-on-one reserves that I talked about with the gentleman from Georgia, and the separate auditing of that payment stablecoin product as opposed to looking at it as a liability of the bank directly.
I hope as the overseeing agencies look into this, they will make that clear to the consumer. That's just one of several consumer questions I have, but for now, other than wondering if the pieces of the president's suit from the debate might qualify as an NFT, and I know they don't, but it's just fun to think about. I will yield back, Madam Chair.
I thank the gentleman for almost always giving us a good history lesson. I thought I had heard somewhere that President Washington also had a whiskey business that brought in some income that might have been questionable. That's what I thought you were going to bring up, but I don't know the history well, but I think you'd brought it up once before.
I'll have to double check on the whiskey.
All right, thank you. Mr. Langworthy, you're recognized.
I have no questions. I would like to offer either Chairman Hill or Chairman Thompson just a moment to sum up anything that hasn't been discussed or to come out against any of the allegations or nonsense that we've heard here tonight.
Well, I thank the gentleman for the opportunity. I just want to touch on the consequences of failing to act at this point. As I made in my remarks prior, there are countries all over the world that are moving in position because they want to be in the driver's seat for Web 3.0, the Internet of Value. And so what are the consequences if we don't pass the Clarity Act? We're actually going to be ceding U.S. leadership abroad. Make no mistake, failing to pass the Clarity Act would undermine U.S. leadership in both technology and the finance sectors. Under the previous administration, the U.S. began to cede its leadership in the digital asset market to foreign jurisdictions. That's how we wound up with CFX being in the Bahamas and consumers losing $8 billion because we did not have a regulatory regime here in the United States that where FTX, more than their U.S. FTX derivatives division, would have been here and avoided that. Other countries have viewed the lack of regulatory clarity in the United States as an opportunity to attract talent, capital, and innovation to their own markets. Meanwhile, market participants have looked abroad, given a regulation by enforcement approach. I call it what we've seen over the previous administration was regulation by punishment here at home, where there was no clarity, and folks were fined and punished, and And the failure was the federal government, because we haven't provided a regulatory regime to protect consumers and foster innovation. Jurisdictions like Singapore, the European Union, the United Arab Emirates have already implemented regulatory frameworks that provide certainty and stability, giving them thus far a competitive edge in attracting digital asset businesses. But make no mistake, Clarity will provide a regulatory regime, will protect consumers, will foster innovation, and this is where people want to do business in the United States of America. But we've been lacking that regulatory regime to be able to allow that to happen. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Chairman Hill?
Gentleman from New York, thank you for your question. What we've seen tonight, in my view, is a gross distraction about some members in the House's view about Trump family business. And instead of focusing on the absolute need that we've seen for 4 years and even longer for regulatory clarity, legislative clarity, permanent solutions to these regulatory gaps identified by President Biden in his executive order, asking Congress to pass a law to regulate spot markets, which is something our Agricultural Committee has done on a bipartisan basis, both last Congress under Mr. Scott, Mr. Thompson, and in this Congress with Ms. Craig and Mr. Thompson, Mr. Davis, Mr. Johnson. This was a request from Joe Biden. President Trump has made the same request in his executive order. We need to close the gaps in this market. Consumers benefit, America benefits, jobs benefit, and we've lost that through this distraction of the Trump family businesses. And I get it. I get the politics of it, but the right thing for this country to do is to pass these bills. We got 71 Democrats joined us in the last Congress on market structure, called Fit 21, that we've referenced tonight. The Clarity Act, as drafted by the House Ag Committee, the House Financial Services Committee, is a better bill than Fit 21. I would hope my Democratic colleagues can see that this closes the gap, provides spot market regulation, provides funding for the CFTC, and brings true clarity to this market to benefit the U.S. And finally, Genius. This has been the work of the House as echoed by the Senate. The Genius Act got 68 votes, Madam Chair, in the Senate. Strong bipartisan work. It was a labor of months at the end of the 118th Congress and for the past 5 months. So I would urge my colleagues support both these bills, create the clarity necessary for a venture ecosystem and a digital asset ecosystem that will protect investors, protect consumers, and let our country be the leader that both President Biden and I'd say President Trump have asked. Let's have a golden age that we lead in fintech for the exact reasons Chairman Thompson referenced. We have the best capital market system. We have the best rule of law. We have the largest economy. We have the dollar as the reserve currency. All these bills leverage those strengths exactly as the President has suggested. So I urge a yes vote, and I thank the chair.
Will the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hill, I am terribly insulted by the fact that you would describe our concern about the President of the United States enhancing his riches on the backs of the people of this country.
Now I'm going to take my time back because I didn't yield you time to talk, to give another Trump derangement syndrome monologue. And it's my time, not yours.
Thank you. You got it back.
Thank you, and I'll keep it.
And I don't want it anymore. I've said what I had to say.
This committee has become the headquarters of Trump derangement syndrome.
That's okay.
And
I
we're going
am
to end it right
insulted
now.
by
Okay,
what
you're
you just
perpetually
said.
Ms.
insulted.
Waters, please.
You're perpetually
Please,
insulted.
please,
No,
please.
no, he took his time back, Ms.
Okay, well,
Waters.
that's okay. I
I'm
mean,
the
it's hard to
committee
be
member.
contained when I get insulted. And you talked about false
Ms.
statements,
Waters,
et cetera, et cetera.
Ms. Waters,
Yes, that's my name.
Mr. Langworthy, you're recognized.
I think we've said all we need to say here, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Jack, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Chairman Hill, I just want to note, I thought your close was tremendous there, so no need to further expound upon that. I just want to note for the record about the Digital Act and the Genius Act, as I understand it, and as Chairman Hill mentioned many times throughout this hearing, 68-30 vote in the Senate, and as I understand, the Clarity Act was 47-6 in the Agriculture Committee and 32-19 in Financial Services Committee. So if I'm mistaken, please correct me, but otherwise, I think that provides us with an opportunity and prevents any argument that this is a partisan grab. It's a bipartisan package of legislation, and I'm excited to vote on it later this week. And with that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jack, and I want to thank our witnesses again on this panel, and there being no further questions of this panel, you're excused.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We have enough seats up here for Mr. Davidson, Mr. Magaziner, Mr. Correa, Mr. Caston, and Mr. Liccardo, if you all are here. We'd ask you to come forward.
They are.
Very fancy. Let's see, Lou.
I guess Mr. Correa
I'm
is
not,
not
actually,
here.
I'm not in sitting in order, forgive me. Oh, okay, all right. I'm Sam Liccardo, my apologies.
Yeah, I said Mr. Correa was not here.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
That's what I said.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Sir?
Can I just ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a statement by Representative McBride in support of her amendment, a statement by Representative Norcross in support of his amendment, and a statement by Representative Carter of Louisiana in support of his amendments.
Without objection.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Gentlemen, we're here to hear your testimony. As you've probably heard me say before, we will put your written testimony into the record. We'd urge you to keep your comment short, and then that will allow the members of the committee to ask some questions. Mr. Davidson, you're recognized.
Thanks, Madam Chairwoman, and thanks for your long service here in Congress and on the Rules Committee. And we see why this is often one of the most thankless jobs in Congress as we sit here through it. But thanks for hearing the debate on amendments. Frankly, Republicans agree that the Genius Act should be amended. That's why we are trying to amend it in the Clarity Act. But make no mistake, the Genius Act, if it passes the House, is going to go straight to the President's desk, be signed and become law. And the Clarity Act, if it passes, is going to go to the Senate, where the Senate will give its normal lever of deference to the House, which is generally none. They care about our opinions occasionally. Sometimes they even care about the President's. But they have no trouble ignoring the President, the Speaker, Chairman, anything else in the Senate. But in my 9 years in Congress, I've never seen the House amend an S-number bill. We give them clean votes. But what we're here tonight is asking for really a record-breaking event, for us to amend an S-number bill and send it back to the Senate with changes. And we all agree there should be changes. So I've got two amendments. One adopts the central bank digital currency ban, because the Genius Act, unless it's amended, will create what is known as a layered central bank digital currency. The front end will be stablecoins. Consumers will be given the illusion of a product of choice. They can go to banks, they can go to stablecoin issuers, and everything else. But all the data collected will be intact as it's transferred to the back end. And on the back end, you'll be operating a central bank digital currency, the same way as if it was run by a central bank. In fact, central banks around the world are working on this. The Federal Reserve, through the Bank of New York, the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston, Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco are hiring people to write code to do this. The hub for it has been the Bank of New York, and they've worked with the Bank of International Settlement in Basel, Switzerland, Andy Barr and I took a Codell, with Mr. Caston was on, and the Bank of England's working on a central bank digital currency. The European Central Bank is working on a central bank digital currency, and they're all working on the same type of architecture that China's doing. China's linked central bank digital currency to digital ID, and they've tied the digital ID to a social credit score. All this is possible with the AI database, or the AI language model that Palantir has just been given the green light to start developing. Now, it doesn't have to be that way. We could design a ledger that is immutable, that is not centrally managed and centrally controlled and filtered. Another word for central bank digital currency is permissioned money or programmable money, things like that. So it puts an agent between you and your money. So we should ban it. And we are going to vote on Mr. Emmer's bill as a standalone bill, but the reason we're voting on it as a standalone bill, frankly, is because Democrats want that kind of a surveillance system. They will vote no if we put it on the Clarity Act. They would have voted no if we put it on the Genius Act in the Senate. And they will vote no on it when we bring it to the Senate. There is no path to 60 votes because they want this surveillance tool. It is the creepiest surveillance tool ever developed. It truly is, as the Lord of the Rings refers to, the one ring to rule them all. You don't need a SWAT team stacked outside the door when you control everybody's money and their access to it. So that's the one amendment. And the other one is very basic, self-custody. Kind of the whole point of crypto currency, or really, digital assets where a token represents something else of value, is to be able to disrupt the status quo of account-based systems so that individuals could interact with one another in a permissionless, peer-to-peer way without a third party being involved, just like cash. You want to be able to transact at the speed of light across time and space without a third party canceling or filtering your transactions. That's the appeal, but without self-custody, it's sort of pointless. It's not even really that interesting. So that's why Bitcoin is such a huge percentage of the market structure, the share of the market, and others aren't as much, because there really are differences between what the digital asset represents. So we should protect self-custody at all times, just like we protect cash. And if you create a system of money where the government is the grantor of your permission, that's not the system our government was founded on. Our government recognized that we are endowed with certain inalienable rights, that among them are life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. The right to transact predates any government. If you and I want to transact individually before government, somebody was being kind of nosy if they interjected themselves into our transactions. But if you don't protect self-custody, everything about the future of money is going to change. So without those two provisions, even though I've been the longest proponent I know in Congress on these bills, and I'm excited that we're finally doing stablecoin regulation, I'm voting no on the Genius Act. And honestly, this rule shouldn't be the way that it is. It shouldn't pass. It should pass by saying we're going to allow these amendments. A lot of the dysfunction we see here in Congress is because we don't legislate. We don't get to come and represent our districts. And for people that aren't in financial services or ag, the first chance they've had to weigh in on this is when it comes to the floor. And they're going to be stripped of the right to represent their constituents. I think it's wrong, and that's why I'm offering these amendments. So I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davidson. Mr. Magaziner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member, members of the committee. I sit here today not only as a representative from Rhode Island, but having spent the bulk of my career in the financial services space. I was state treasurer in Rhode Island for 8 years, overseeing more than $15 billion of assets. I worked in the private sector and financial services before that. At a high level, my view is that this is a free country, and in a free country, people should have the right to own, trade, or issue cryptocurrency. The Lord knows there are plenty of stupider and more dangerous things that we let people do with their money, as we should in a free country. But we also have a responsibility to ensure that the marketplace is fair, transparent, and safe so that people don't get scammed. We have learned the hard way what can happen when Congress does not effectively regulate financial services. We learned it in the 2008 financial crisis. We learned it in the savings and loan crisis in the 1980s. People lost their homes, their jobs, their financial security through no fault of their own. When the financial sector is not well regulated, people get hurt. And in this Clarity Act, most of the debate, as I've watched it, tends to be around, is our digital assets, are they more representative of, do they resemble commodities or securities or currency? What type of asset is it? What can we compare it to decide who to regulate it? Maybe it's an important question, but in my view, it doesn't matter nearly as much as the question of whether the regulator that is chosen to regulate a digital asset has the expertise and the resources to do the job. The question of whether cryptocurrency or digital assets are commodities or securities or whatever does not matter as much as whether the regulator has the resources to do the job. Under the Clarity Act, much of the responsibility for regulating crypto is placed with the CFTC. I don't have a philosophical objection to this, but I am concerned that the CFTC does not have the resources to do this job effectively. Compared to other financial regulators, the CFTC is small. It has a staff of about 700 people, historically focused on regulating agricultural derivatives, not complex digital assets. The so-called fee in this bill to fund the CFTC or SEC's regulatory authority over crypto in this bill is not really a fee at all. It requires Congress to authorize an amount every single year. And what is this Congress proposing to do to the CFTC's budget in the coming year? Cut it by $30 million. So you're tasking a small agency with only 700 employees that already have other work to do with regulating this enormous $3 trillion industry that tens of millions of people participate in at the same time that you're proposing to cut their budget. I'm offering an amendment to establish a real funding mechanism for the agencies tasked with carrying out this bill, the CFTC and the SEC, to ensure that they have the resources to hire and train adequate staff and deliver on the new responsibilities that we would be tasking them with. We want people to know that when they invest or build in this space that there is a level playing field with responsible oversight. We need to make sure that this law has the support behind it to actually protect people. My amendment will make that possible. So again, to sum up, setting aside all of the debates about how cryptocurrency should be regulated, how digital assets should be regulated, at the very least, whoever the regulators are should have the resources that they need to do their jobs. With that, I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Caston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member. Oh, am I on there? There we go. Madam Chair, Ranking Member, thank you. So I rise to speak to 5 amendments. The first 3 are all about mixers, and I want to just explain a little bit about what this is, because outside of our nerdy committees, people don't pay attention to this stuff. So the theory of crypto is that all these transactions are on the blockchain. If I was to transfer my crypto to you, Madam Chair, you were to transfer it to Mr. McGovern, he was to transfer it to Mr. Liccardo, we'd be able to see on this digital ledger what that history was. And in theory, that should stop illegal activity. What mixers do is say, we're going to take all of the coins we have, we're going to put them in a big digital bucket, we're going to shake them up, and then we're going to spit out different pieces that have the same value, but now you've lost the connection. It's a fancy way of saying money laundering. The bad guys really like these mixers because it allows them to bypass all of the transparency of the chain. Amendment 19 creates an explicit authority under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act to impose sanctions on computer code that underpins decentralized, these DeFi services. And this is in direct response to a request from the Treasury Department in 2023 asking for that authority. A part of the reason they ask for that is that these mixers often can be these decentralized protocols. You write a piece of code that does all this, and what the bill, the Clarity Act says right now, is that if you're using those codes, well, a human didn't write the code, so somebody should be responsible and you're exempted from compliance. To put this in context, in 2022, the Treasury Department sanctioned Tornado Cash, which would be a DeFi protocol, one of the largest mixers in the world, for helping to launder hundreds of millions of dollars in crypto stolen by North Korea. According to national security experts at the White House, half of North Korea's nuclear program is funded by cryptocurrency theft and cyber attacks that then go through these mixers. If we don't want North Korea to have nukes, we've got to close that barn door. The response of the crypto industry to those sanctions on Tornado Cash was to sue, because the crypto industry was more interested in making money than preventing North Korea from getting nukes. They ultimately won that lawsuit because they didn't have this protection. I would submit to you that if we don't want North Korea to have a nuclear weapon, we should make sure that our financial enforcers have the ability to impose those sanctions when warranted. Amendment 22, also related to mixers. Think about this conceptually. If we are going to say that we are going to indemnify anybody who writes a piece of computer code that is executing these digital transactions because they didn't do it, the code did it, we should probably reasonably require, if we're going to indemnify you, that the code has to have a module in there that complies with all laws, right? You know, ChatGPT has a spell check module. You know, when ChatGPT spits an answer out, it's spelled correctly. We could have a module within this DeFi code that complies with all laws. Could you write the code to do that? Absolutely. How should we do that? That probably is a little bit more complicated than I think is beyond the reading level in Congress, and I include myself in that lower reading level. And so what we've done in Amendment 22 is to simply say, let's create a public-private partnership, bring outside folks in, figure out how to write a piece of code in these DeFi protocols that ensures that if you are going to get the indemnification, take this code, block it in, and now those DeFi protocols are exempt, because we don't want these to be used for money laundering. I think it's sensible, I think it's reasonable, it uses the private sector, and basically says, rather than kick the can down the road, let's take a tech-forward approach that phases this in over time and gets it done. I think it's sensible. The final mixer amendment is Amendment 24, which directs the Treasury Department to finalize an overdue rulemaking to classify crypto transactions involving mixers in foreign jurisdictions as a primary money laundering concern. That is a direct word out of FinCEN that they used. These mixers can be located anywhere. I can click a button on my phone, it can send a piece of Bitcoin to your account, Mr. Norman, or it can bounce to a website in Russia. It doesn't know the difference. They're all just pipes and tunnels, right? Except that if those mixers are located in foreign jurisdictions, all of a sudden they're outside the supervision of our regulators. And criminals are typically doing that. Binance, the largest crypto exchange that Ms. Lejer Fernandez was talking about with CZ, they accepted more than $275 million from one mixer before it was shut down, and they later pled guilty in the United States. I would point out under existing law, people saying we need new law to change the regulatory regime, they pled guilty under existing law to aiding and abetting money laundering on a massive scale. Binance, by the way, is the same company that wrote the computer code that is being used in President Trump's USDI stablecoin. There are some conflicts of interest here. The Trump administration has now lifted those existing sanctions on Tornado Cash, which limits regulators' view into that. So we can fix this because FinCEN has an existing proposed 2023 rule to impose enhanced and more frequent reporting requirements on crypto exchanges that have gone through an offshore mixer. I would point out that when FinCEN did that, that was the first time, I believe, someone will correct me if I'm wrong, it was the first time that an agency had ever used Section 311 of the Patriot Act to target an entire class of transactions. That's how big a deal this is. They've used the Patriot Act to go after specific individuals, specific firms. They said this whole class of things is a problem. And now they're sitting on that. This amendment says get that rulemaking done. My last two amendments, not related to mixers. The first ensures that the SEC and CFTC, who are going to be tasked with this rulemaking, are adequately staffed before they initiate joint rulemakings. There could be a 3-0 majority, Republican majority of the SEC after Commissioner Crenshaw's term expires. At CFTC, we are soon going to have only one commissioner who, by the way, currently leads crypto policy at Anderson Horowitz and has a conflict of interest. This is going to be bipartisan. Let's make sure that the committees are fully staffed. The last one, 28, and I know you're nervous on time here. We got to shut down these crypto ATMs. I would encourage you, go talk to convenience stores who have these crypto ATMs, and they are taking advantage of seniors who go in, they get asked to say, can you put your money in an account, turn it into Bitcoin, transfer the Bitcoin to me, and they have no recourse to get it back. There are currently 32,000 cryptocurrency ATMs nationwide. There's more than 1,100 in the Chicago area where I live. These have become a preferred payment system for international criminal networks. You put it in, you can't get it back. According to a recent FTC report in 2023, consumers lost $110 million to Bitcoin ATM fraud. This amendment would require that crypto ATM operators update the location of their ATMs, verify identities before processing a transaction, and implement anti-fraud policies. It's just looking after our constituents here, and I hope you'll accept all these amendments. Thank you. Look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Liccardo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I represent a district that includes about half of Silicon Valley, and I certainly support sensible crypto legislation and regulation. I'm an original co-sponsor of the Stable Act, and I will be voting for the Genius Act later this week. And my district is hardly crypto averse. And I appreciate Chairman Hill's collaborative approach on this and other legislation. The Clarity Act, however, has two very substantial omissions, and I have two amendments to address those omissions. First, Amendment 36 mirrors the language of a bill that I introduced in February, H.R. 1712, the MEME Act. I was the first member of Congress to introduce a bill criminalizing the issuance of a commodity, security, or digital asset by federal officials, such as President Trump. And I suspect you have heard plenty about that issue, but I'm grateful for my colleagues, 25 of them who co-sponsored, to Senator Chris Murphy, who introduced its companion bill, and several other colleagues who have introduced similar bills. I've said plenty about this issue in the media, and certainly you've heard plenty, so I'm going to move on. The second amendment that I introduce is what I would like to invite your attention to. It's Amendment number 38. I have heard many industry experts in Silicon Valley and elsewhere tell me how puzzled they are about this bill that exerts such tremendous focus on regulating crypto trading on centralized exchanges, yet decentralized or DeFi protocols undergo no scrutiny whatsoever. And in fact, regulation is precluded on DeFi protocols by this bill. And yet the evidence is clear that a majority of fraud, theft, money laundering, and other crime is happening on those DeFi protocols, not on centralized exchanges. So simply, if you believe that our intention with this bill or any other law is to deter and reduce fraud, money laundering, theft, and other crime, this bill represents an effort to launch a global naval strategy by deploying all of our ships to the Great Salt Lake. To be sure, most crypto transactions still do take place on centralized exchanges like Coinbase, yet a rapidly growing number of those transactions are happening on DeFi protocols, and experts, including those who have testified before our committee, tell us that within a couple of years we can expect that a majority of our crypto transactions are going to be happening on those DeFi protocols that are utterly unregulated by this bill. My amendment seeks to establish a voluntary set of standards established by private-public committee comprised of DeFi industry, academic, and regulatory experts. And that committee would essentially create a certification that would inform crypto users, participants in the market, that DeFi serving companies meet industry best practices for preventing theft, fraud, money laundering, and a host of other crimes and unlawful activity. Now, DeFi service providers could choose to comply or not with these standards. It would be their choice. The certification or branding would simply inform participants in the market about who's complying with best practices and who is not, much in the way that Energy Star used to inform consumers about which appliances will help them reduce utility bills. With this amendment, there will be no growth in the regulatory state that I know some of my colleagues fear so much. It merely calls for the creation of voluntary standards that can ensure participants in the market will be better informed. Now, I mentioned we have ample evidence that the crime and the malfeasance is happening on DeFi protocols, non-centralized exchanges. We have a lot of evidence for that. I'll mention just a couple pieces. January 15, 2025, chain analysis report regarding crypto crime trends that, quote, stolen funds increased 21% last year to $2.2 billion. The largest share of stolen funds was robbed from decentralized finance, or DeFi, services. Second, a study also published in January 2025 in the Journal of Cybersecurity collected data on 1,141 profit-driven crimes from 2017 to 2022, comprising more than $30 billion in losses, and the findings show that 91% of those crimes were related to DeFi protocols, not decentralized finance. And the findings also show that DeFi participants are the first victims of crimes targeting the DeFi industry. That is 52% of the events targeted them. In other words, we are setting consumers up to be taken advantage of. Finally, in April 2023, U.S. Treasury report called Illicit Finance Risk Assessment and DeFi Finance finds, and I quote, the most significant current illicit finance risk in this domain is from DeFi services that are not compliant with existing anti-money laundering obligations. And quote, poor cybersecurity practices by DeFi services enable theft and fraud of consumer assets, also present risk for national security, consumers, and the virtual asset industry. In other words, this bill is regulating an area that certainly could use regulation, but utterly missing the great majority of crime, theft, malfeasance, and tortious activity that is going to be happening. We are setting consumers up to be victims if we ignore what's happening on DeFi protocols. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments?
I just want to thank the panel for being here. I support making all your amendments in order. And Mr. Davidson, I even support making your amendments in order. I think one of the things that we're learning here is that there are a lot of members who are not necessarily on the committees of jurisdiction or not members of the Senate who have some good ideas, and part of what the floor debate should be is not just weighing whatever the committee reports out, but also voting on your ideas. If people majority like them, they'll vote for them. If they don't, they'll vote against them. I'll just say one thing, Mr. Davidson, though, is that I think there is I think we're now in a pattern here where amendments, good amendments by Democrats and Republicans, are routinely being blocked because it's easier just to bring somebody to the floor and vote up or down. I don't think that's going to change unless you and others, if your amendments are denied, vote against the rule. I think it's the only message that's going to resonate with the leadership here is whether or not they can't pass a rule unless they are more inclusive in terms of amendments. So I have no idea what the amendment is going to look, what the rule will look like, because we haven't seen it yet. I'm willing to bet you're probably not included, but I think
Mr. McGovern, I'm just really glad to finally have your support for one of my amendments being made in order.
I don't know if I'll vote for it, but I'll vote to make it in order. But anyway, with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from South Carolina. No questions. Now recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
I really do appreciate the amendments that look at consumer protection. We've had to deal in my office with more than one senior who's been defrauded of their entire life savings through cryptocurrency scams and such. So we are well overdue for regulation in that area. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask this to Mr. Davidson since he's on the Financial Services Committee. And the thing that I struggle with is when they say you have to have $1 in assets for every dollar that you issue, right? And those assets have to be, the highest risk asset would be basically a 90-day treasury, as I understand. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So a 90-day treasury pays somewhere just north of 4%.
Right.
These people didn't get this rich making 4%, right? I mean, they just didn't. I mean, you don't become a billionaire earning 4% on your money. And my fear is that they come back next year and say, well, hey, we can't make any money at $1 for dollar, so we need it to be 75 cents on the dollar.
Well,
what's to stop a future Congress from taking away the $1 for dollar match?
Well, I mean, we did that with the U.S. dollar. We used to back it with gold. Now we back it with nothing but a promise. We're having a hard time selling our debt, right? So part of the reason Treasury yields are up is because our spending is up, and even though the revenue's up, the spending's up bigger. So our deficits are growing. Our credit score was downgraded, and stablecoins for a lot of people offer a way to create more demand for the treasuries, and so the treasuries would be held. And if you look at a hedge fund, a lot of the hedge funds only take about a 2% management fee. You're getting north of 4% for just leaving the money parked at the bank. They don't have to deploy it. They don't have to do any underwriting.
Well, my point is this. If you had $1 billion and you wanted to create an account and issue stablecoin, you would have to put your $1 billion in basically 90-day treasuries, right? At 4%.
Or cash. So you would get, think about it, you would get, I mean, frankly, if me, you, and a buddy decided to put it together,
Well, you could count me in for about 100 grand. That's about.
well, you raise the capital from somewhere, you've got,
That was a joke, by the
On
way.
a-
I don't want to.
on $1 billion, you've got essentially a $40 million management fee for running that, which is, you know, we could operate a pretty nice company with 40 million. I mean, we're running our MRAs with less than 2 million, and we usually have about 15 people.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yeah.
Because I want to just clarify, and I think Mr. Hill probably accidentally misspoke in the last session. The highest risk thing in the portfolio is not the 90-day treasury, it's uninsured deposits. The Genius Act does not require that deposits be insured, and so
There are no uninsured deposits. There's no fractional reserve banking in stablecoins. They're fully deposited.
All right, hang on.
Okay, I don't want to get it. I just,
I
look.
want to recognize the gentleman, it's his time, and then if we can go one at a time, because I can't hear, I know the stenographers can't hear when y'all start talking. I know it's interesting, but we can't understand you when everybody's talking at the same time.
I'm going to thank y'all for being here. I don't understand crypto. I've never understood crypto. My whole issue, and getting back to, again, what Mr. Davidson was saying, is the value of the U.S. dollar. And if you want to, I mean, if we ever lose the dollar as the world currency, then we as a country will cease to exist as we know it. And I do think that with a piece of legislation like this, I mean, I personally think that it should go through the House committee and then see what the House committee says about it. With that, I yield.
Gentleman has yielded back. Now I recognize the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, for his time of questioning.
I think the chairman, I agree with Mr. Scott and agree with Mr. McGovern, the ranking member, and would support every one of your amendments being ruled in order. And to me, I think what's most striking perhaps about this particular panel is that I think either all of you or three of you serve on the committee. Right? And so the fact that you serve on the committee of jurisdiction, but you don't have an opportunity to really discuss or debate or amend this bill because the bill didn't go through your committee in regular order. So you're compelled to come before the Rules Committee to make your case here. We all know, of course, we went through this a week ago or 2 weeks ago, where a lot of this is theater. I mean, it's not. None of your amendments are going to be made in order. I hate to break the news to you, but the chair, the Republicans are not going to make any of the amendments in order. So it's a shame, and why the House Republican caucus, I shouldn't say the entire caucus, but those in the caucus who are passionate about exercising their constitutional prerogatives with respect to the House's equities are willing to just constantly let the Senate roll this chamber and send bills directly to the president. I mean, what's the point of having the House here debate these bills if it's just a matter of the Senate's going to work its will, send us whatever it's got, and House Republicans are going to have to accept it, and that's the end of the show. So that's a shame. I don't think that's the way this process should work, and hope springs eternal. Maybe it won't on this round, but I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Mr. Langworthy. Now recognize Mr. Jack of Georgia.
No questions as well. Thank you all for testifying.
I will say, I now recognize myself, and I will just say, appreciate you all being here. It is of some concern, as you heard from one of the gentlemen from Georgia. This is not the Committee of Expertise, and the place to have had a lot of these debates probably ought to have been in the Committee of Expertise. That's why we put people in committees where they can learn, either they already know or they can learn an expertise in the subject matter area. That being said, I yield back, and let me see what my script says. All right, is there anyone else seeking to testify on HR 4016, HR 3633, HR 1919, or Senate 1582? Seeing none, this closes the hearing portion of our meeting. And we're going to suspend.
The chair will be in receipt of a motion from the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Jack.
Madam Chair, I move the committee grant H.R. 4016, the Department of Defense Appropriations Act 2026, a structured rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or the respective designees. The rule provides that the bill shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill for failure to comply with Clause 2 or Clause 5A of Rule 21. The rule makes in order only those amendments printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report, amendments en bloc described in Section 3, and pro forma amendments described in Section 4. Each amendment shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of the rule, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against the amendments printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report or amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of the rule. The rule provides that the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or his designee may offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or the respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of the rule, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule provides that the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments, each at any point for the purpose of debate. The rule provides one motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 3633, the Digital Asset Market Clarity Act of 2025 under a structured rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that in lieu of the amendments in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committees on Agriculture and Financial Services now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-6, modified by the amendment printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report shall be considered as adopted, and the bill, as amended, shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Agriculture or the respective designees, and the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. The rule makes in order only the amendment printed in Part C of the Rules Committee report. Each amendment shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. All points of order against the amendment printed in Part C of the Rules Committee report are waived. The rule provides one motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 1919, the Anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act, under a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Financial Services now printed in the bill shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or the respective designees. The rule provides one motion to recommit. The rule provides further for consideration of Senate Bill 1582, the Genius Act, under a closed rule. The Senate waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the bill shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. The rule provides one motion to recommit. Finally, the rule provides that the requirement of Clause 6A of Rule 13 for a two-thirds vote to consider a report from the Committee on Rules on the same day it is presented to the House is waived with respect to any resolution reported through the legislative day of July 18th, 2025, relating to the bill, H.R. 4, to rescind certain budget authority proposed to be rescinded in special messages transmitted to the Congress by the President on June 3rd, 2025, in accordance with Section 1012A of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jack. You've now heard the motion. Is there discussion or amendment to the rule?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. McGovern.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 1 to S 1582 offered by Representative Davidson, which protects an individual's right to maintain a hardware wallet or software wallet for the purpose of facilitating the individual's own lawful custody of digital assets and to engage in direct peer-to-peer transactions in digital assets with another individual or entity for the individual's own lawful purposes using a hardware wallet or software wallet.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed
I ask
to.
for a roll call.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Yes. Mr. Norman, yes. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Yes. Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez? Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
6 yeas, 7 nays.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Yep,
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
correct.
6 yeas, 6 nays.
The noes have it, the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee strike Section 9 of the rule, which provides authority for the Rules Committee to bring a rule for the Senate amendment to H.R. 4, the Rescissions Act of 2025, to the floor on the same day it is reported out of the Rules Committee. Now, I don't know what the Senate will do, but the House passed bill was atrocious. It will kill over 14 million people, including over 4 million children, according to a study published in The Lancet last month. This is a massively important bill. Members should have time to carefully consider any changes the Senate makes before sending it to the President's desk. That's not a lot to ask, but with same-day authority, Republican leadership can just jam it through the Rules Committee and the House in a matter of hours. I urge a yes vote on my amendment, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment by Mr. McGovern? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
That's right. Roll call, Madam
The
Chair.
clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez? Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have another amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 50 to H.R. 3633, offered by Representative Khanna, which would require the Attorney General to preserve and release any records related to Jeffrey Epstein. Madam Chair, on February 21st, 2025, President Trump's own Attorney General, Pam Bondi, said on Fox News, the Epstein client list was sitting on her desk, quote, right now to review, end quote. Kash Patel, Trump's FBI director, said during his confirmation hearing that he would do everything, if confirmed, to make sure the American people knew, quote, the full weight of what happened, end quote. Patel, who now leads the FBI, said on the Benny Johnson show that the FBI was hiding the Epstein client list. Donald Trump Jr., the president's own son, tweeted out, and I quote, show us all the Epstein client list right now. Why would anyone protect those scumbags? Ask yourselves this question, and then the answer becomes very apparent, end quote. And now, forgive me, but suddenly these same people are telling us there's nothing to see here. Trump is posting that we should all just move on. Well, I want to know what the hell is in these files. And I think we all want to know why Trump is suddenly changing his tune and is so desperate to sweep this under the rug. But you know what? This also gets at his credibility. This is about trust. Republicans said, trust us, vote for us, and we will release these files. And here we are, they are backtracking. They said they aren't going to cut Medicaid, and they did. They said they wouldn't add to the deficit and debt. They exploded both. They said that they stand with law enforcement. They won't even hang a plaque honoring officers for their heroism on January 6th. They talk about law and order and can't even condemn the president for pardoning the people who violently attacked the Capitol building. So please forgive me if I don't believe a word of any of it. This isn't about gotcha politics. It's about credibility, or rather the lack of credibility on the other side, because they constantly say one thing and do something else. So I urge a yes vote on my amendment, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on
Madam Chair, I fail to see how that amendment is germane to this rule.
And Madam Chair, we are the Rules Committee, and we routinely waive the rules of germaneness and make things in order.
This is about defense appropriations and crypto legislation.
Well, then you could vote
It
on
doesn't.
it.
Mr. Scott, unfortunately, it is germane. Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you recognize.
Madam Chair, the Epstein files concern issues of abuse of women and abuse of children. You know, as the chair of the Democratic Women's Caucus, you often see me raising issues of we need to address this. And not only that, but Republicans and the MAGA world have said they want to know about this. Your constituents want to know. So the question is, why are they not just releasing them? And I think it's a simple thing to do, and you're going to be asked to vote whether you require the release. That's going to be a simple vote. Will you require the release? Is there anything that needs to be hidden? If there isn't, then just release the files. Silence those who would question it. So every Republican on this committee should be able to easily vote yes. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Any further discussion? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not
Madam
agreed
Chair, I'm
to.
kind of shocked by that. I will ask for a roll call.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Yes. Mr. Norman, aye. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Yes. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez? Ms. Leisure Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
5 yeas, 7 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. And I think most of us believe what's appropriate will be released when it is time for the president to release it.
Well, Madam.
Thank you.
Well, Madam Chair, I have another amendment. We'll try one more time at this. I don't have the same confidence you do. Given the flip-flopping we've seen, I need a neck brace. I mean, they flip-flop so quickly and so rapidly. But I have another amendment to the rule. I move to add a new section to the rule which would provide for consideration of a resolution introduced by Representative Vesey, H-Res 577, which affirms Congress's Article 1 authority to conduct oversight, demands that the Trump administration release the Epstein files, calls on the Department of Justice and FBI to submit a report on any delays, suppression, or destruction of evidence related to the files, and supports full transparency and access to these documents in the interest of justice and accountability. This resolution shall be considered under a closed roll with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the Committee of the Judiciary. This is essentially a sense of Congress resolution. So if you believe that the administration should release what it has available, I think this should be an easy yes vote for everybody. And I yield back my time.
Madam
Is there further discussion? Mr. Norman.
You know, I debated on this, and I agree with Austin. This isn't germane. I was surprised that you ruled that it was. This isn't this isn't the body to do this. And it'll be borne out by the legal authorities and by the public. Now, I'm voting against your resolution because, you know, it'll be fine. Whatever this comes out, as time goes, we haven't heard all the information.
Well, this is definitely
period.
germane, by the way.
Well, I don't think it is. No, we're talking about crypto, Jim. We're talking about crypto, we're talking about regulations of, so I yield back.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Griffith.
If I might. Madam Chair, I understand under the very loose rules of germaneness that this House has, that this technically is germane.
Thank you.
But I have championed since coming to Congress that we have stricter germaneness rules, and this is a classic example. This is not in anybody's, I understand in our rules it is germane, so I'm not disagreeing with you or with the ranking member on the way it's been done. But I have advocated that we tighten up the germaneness rules because everything in the kitchen sink can be added in, and it's my understanding the reason this is germane is because in one of the bills that we took up tonight, there's a reference to the Department of Justice. And that's sufficient to bring this in. The American people understand that that doesn't make this the proper venue, and this doesn't make this the proper time to do it. And that's why I voted no on the last one, and that's why I'll vote no on this one. Because notwithstanding the fact that it may technically, because it touches one subject area, that touches one subject area, that touches one subject area. I mean, under this, everything under the sun is germane to this rule. I think that's an improper way to run this place. I have felt that way for the entire time I have been here, and I would be remiss and not continuing my campaign that we should tighten up the language if I didn't vote no on the gentleman's. It's nothing personal. It's just I feel strongly on germaneness that we've got it wrong, and we've had it wrong probably for at least 50 years, and we need to tighten it up. And so I'm voting no because whether it's technically germane or not is not the test I'm looking at. Would it meet Morgan Griffith's test of germaneness? Would it meet the Virginia House of Delegates test of germaneness? Absolutely not. It would not. And would it meet the test of germaneness in most legislative bodies in this nation, in our state legislatures and other legislatures? It would not meet the test of germaneness. Only here in the United States House does it meet the test of germaneness, and I think that's ridiculous, and I apologize. I got carried away, but I'm voting no.
Madam Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
First of all, let me respond to the gentleman. The previous measure we voted on was germane to one of the bills. This one is germane to the rule. And that you're offended that a rule contains many different topics, we have a defense appropriations bill, and we have crypto legislation. Talk about differences of topics all in one rule. So this is totally germane to the rule. And I get it. You guys are twisting yourself into knots trying to find a way to avoid, dealing with this issue. And this is the kind of the lightest touch in terms of addressing the Epstein files. Basically, a sense of Congress resolution saying to the administration, explain yourself and release what you have. That's what this is. So this is germane to the rule, absolutely. And I would urge a yes vote on this.
Is there further discussion?
Go
Ms.
ahead.
Ms. Scanlon, you're
Thank
recognized.
you. I do appreciate the ranking member pulling us back to the topic under discussion, which is whether or not, after years of saying there's stuff in the Epstein files, whether or not the Trump administration now should disclose the Epstein files, because either there's stuff in there they're covering up, or they were lying to the American public beforehand when they said there was stuff there. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon.
Madam
Any
Chair?
further discussion on our side? Ms. Leisure-Fernandez or Mr. Neguse?
So, Madam Chair, I'll be really quickly. I think that we have Republican staff have said this is germane. So regardless of how you feel about it, it is clear you have the power. This committee has the power to decide whether to request, demand, suggest that the Trump administration, the Department of Justice, release the files. So the question that you will be voting on, with the power that has been granted to you, is should they release the files? That is the vote you will be making as to whether it should go forward to the floor for that vote. So you, with your vote, will be preventing even the consideration of the release of the Epstein files. You will be voting against the release of the Epstein files. You have the power. Let's see how you vote.
Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, again, none of us like to be told why we are voting a certain way. We do not like to be told why we are voting a certain way. You do not know our minds. You do not know our hearts. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Neguse?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo the sentiments of the ranking member. I certainly support this amendment, as I supported the last amendment. I would say, just to be clear, that last vote, 4 Democrats, joined by 1 Republican, Mr. Norman, ultimately voted in favor of an amendment that would ensure the release of these files. And I think this vote provides another opportunity for our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, again, just before we cast this vote, to perhaps join Mr. Norman in voting in favor of releasing the files. And so with that, I'll be voting yes, and I hope my colleagues will do the same.
All those in favor of the motion by Mr. McGovern signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed
Ask for a
to.
roll call.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scallon? Aye. Ms. Scallon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Any further discussion or amendment? Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make in order amendment number 31 to H.R. 3633, offered by Representative Waters, which would establish a crypto investor and consumer bill of rights, featuring, among other things, 24/7 customer service, insurance or SIPC-like coverage, fiduciary best execution rules, anti-front-running rules, bankruptcy, remote custody with 24-hour withdrawals, and monthly auditor-attested proof of reserves. The amendment would also provide additional funding for the SEC and CFTC so they are able to implement the other bills that we're voting on. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion chair, the noes have it.
I would request a roll call vote.
Ms. Scanlon requests a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Is there further discussion? Mr. Neguse?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 21 to H.R. 3633, offered by myself, which would ban members of Congress, presidents, and vice presidents, including candidates, from issuing or endorsing digital assets and requires any existing assets to be placed in a blind trust.
Is there further discussion on the amendment by Mr. Neguse? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion, chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. Neguse requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Further discussion or amendment?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 425 to H.R. 4016 offered by Representative Crow, which increases and decreases funding by $179,765,000 to maintain fiscal year 26 support for the Readiness and Environmental Protection Integration Program at no less than fiscal year 25 levels. The REPI program helps prevent and address the threats that result from drought, flooding, and wildfires that threaten military readiness and operations, military personnel, warfighting equipment, and infrastructure. We've seen how destructive flooding can be in my state and in Texas. And this is funding that is combined with state and local funding and NGO partners to really help the bases. As an example, REPI funding has helped the Cannon Air Force Base, which you hear me speak of a lot, and we've assisted in saving water because of the fact that the Ogallala Reservoir is plummeting in terms of its readiness. So it's a program that's really important, and I think it should be bipartisan, and hopefully we'll get some funding for that. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment from Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Recorded vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendments number 189 offered by Representative Tlaib to H.R. 46 and number 466 offered by Representative Underwood to H.R. 4016. Both of the Section 81, the amendment to Section 8142 prohibits funds from being used to implement, administer, or otherwise carry out the October 2022 DOD memorandum ensuring access to reproductive health care. And it also, these amendments would prohibit the use of funds to eliminate or reduce access to any assisted reproductive technology for members of the armed services and their families. As you know, many women, including service women, face many issues with regards to reproductive health care, from whether access to reproductive health care whenever they have the need for abortion, whether it's for medical issues or otherwise, but also if they choose to have a family and can't, IVF is a way that is helping many women, including those in the military. It's no surprise that more than 1 in 6 of female service members report challenges in building a family are a primary reason they would leave military service. And this is one way of helping women stay in the service, especially if they're trying to build that family. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment?
I have a question from a process. She offered 2 amendments, I think.
There was one amendment bringing in both of the...
Okay, all right, that's just,
Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion, chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Is there further discussion on the rule? Hearing no further discussion, the question is on the motion from the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Mr. McGovern requests a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Yes. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, aye. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, aye. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Jack?
Aye.
Mr. Jack, aye. Mr. McGovern? No. Mr. McGovern, no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, no. Madam Chair?
Aye.
Madam Chair, aye.
Clerk will report the total.
8 yeas, 4 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to report is agreed to. Accordingly, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Jack, will be managing this rule for the majority,
And Ms. Scanlon will be managing for the Democrats.
and Ms. Scanlon will be handling for the minority. Without objection, the committee is adjourned.